He had a magic
Dude,
mirror.
this is what you
And every
people
day,
claim.
his new
He was
wife would
also
look into
a
the mirror and say,
virgin. He
mirror,
was also
mirror,
a
I know
weird-ass
what.
virgin.
If we're making up fairy tales, we might as well bloody quote some good ones.
Yeah,
Dude,
Jason,
that's what what's his name? Not Simon Dan, the other one, the real fucking messed up It didn't even happen because
you've seen an
so fucking
image
long.
of a tabletop Cavendish experiment on the internet,
No,
and
that's
that's
not an
all
image,
you've got.
bro. We all
There was a
watched
box.
Sounds like
bro, in
it.
the classroom. In the classroom, we sit there and watch.
So
would
what's
like
your
to
issue
get
with
to-
it?
Jason,
What's
what's
my
your
issue with it? Is conducted in a dusty classroom or a dusty horse barn. It has drafts and dust in it.
Right. It's also been performed in vacuum.
I heard you say that, and I've seen some pictures, but I've never, ever actually seen it though. You guys keep showing me this shit. Yeah.
Have you worked in the physics lab?
Just a second.
What cares?
What does it do with it?
Matter?
Because when we've seen it, if you haven't worked in one of those labs,
It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. The ones you say work on a desk of a fucking professor at a university, you say that works.
yes. It's not exactly though, because it's not as accurate as one's done in a vacuum
Simple to
chamber.
the moon with these numbers, dude. Shut up.
No, man.
Now you're trying to deny your own shit because it looks ugly.
Jason, how does that supposed to... please, how does dust supposed to affect this?
Well, I have formulated a scientific theory called electrostatic hydrodynamic flow.
You quote some bullshit, not a scientific
No,
theory.
Me now while I'm talking?
Yeah, let him
Ask
talk.
a question. Shut the fuck up.
Let's be nice, Jason.
Jesus. Hey, how about rubbing me is not nice? What the fuck is that?
All
The
right.
judge, say what you're gonna say, okay?
Okay. Electrostatic hydrodynamic flow theory is any little bit of air flow, any little bit of it, in a room that has any bit of dust will coat a sphere or a cylinder. It has to be cylindrical, just like an airplane wing. It's the same effect. This dust hits the sphere and it rushes around, causing a boundary layer to build up on the sphere. The rushing air and the dust causes a boundary layer to build up. The laminar flow layer that is rushing on the side of it rubs with a sphere or a cylinder, slower moving dust on the boundary layer, and these two dusts rubbing together causes an electrostatic charge, just like lightning.
Okay, and how does it... Two questions. How does it affect the experiment? And second, this is a theory. What do you have, what experiment or observation you have to support?
Well, I have a balloon experiment done by a university student. It's a very popular YouTube video. She gets the dead-ass accurate numbers that everybody claims, and she sees the force of the gravity well that the balloons have created, and she says it's accurate. How can it be accurate if you are forming gravity wells, and that's how you see the force?
Okay, right. Jason, I've been trying to ask you this question for a while now, and you just ignore it. So now, how do you account for the changes? Because remember, with the Cavendish experiment, the torsion balance is inside a sealed container.
What do you mean?
How do you account for the differences in the relative permittivity of the material making up the case and different thicknesses between experiments, the different materials and different thicknesses of the case, changing changes of the relative permittivity of the material. How does that affect your
Okay, you're talking about a case. What case?
I'm talking about the case that encloses the torsion balance in the Cavendish experiment.
There's no case. Are you talking about horse barn?
No.
The case around it.
No,
It's not a case. It's a horse barn, and then it has a window, and then you stand in a fucking tree a couple hundred yards away, and you use a fucking telescope and you look through a window.
Jason,
Yeah.
are you looking at this tree?
That is exactly what happened, guys.
So
So that his mass does not affect the scientific experiment. guys even know what you're talking about?
Yeah, actually, you're the one that doesn't seem to know what you're talking about.
No, I just want one person to explain why I'm wrong.
One, aeroplane wheels are not cylindrical. Two, you can get boundary layers without dust.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Everybody hold on a second.
You got almost nothing right about what you're saying.
Guys keep saying that. I don't
Are you going to talk? You're going to settle in now?
No, why am I wrong, dude?
Are you going to talk over me again? I'll tell you where you're wrong.
Why am I wrong?
Jason, please listen with your ears, not your mouth.
First of all, Jason, the Cavendish experiment was done in a shed purposely constructed for the experiment itself. The guy was not hundreds of yards away. All right. You don't seem to be able to
I'm asking questions about your story. You don't want to get straight.
Here.
Use your own words, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Let me finish first, then ask questions.
I'll just mute Jason for a while, so since he can't seem to control himself. Cavendish had that shed built purposely to eliminate wind blowing on the enclosure that he was actually using. That needs to be done because in those days there was no more atmospheric control, and what he didn't need to have happen was have a rapid change of temperature of the enclosure itself. That will induce convective air currents, no matter how slight they are, inside the enclosure, and that would affect the accuracy of the measurements. He was not hundreds of yards away. You obviously have never read his actual experiment. I've got a copy of it. I'll be glad to give it to you. You can find it yourself. You really ought to read it because he's got complete diagrams in there of how he did what he did. He used telescopes because you're measuring very slight change in the position of the torsion balance. But those telescopes were mounted literally within a couple of feet at the end of that enclosure. The enclosure is very tight. There is no air current that can occur inside that thing other than what you could create through convective currents due to temperature variations in the casing itself. Now, that's just some of the things you got wrong. You got something to say about that?
Okay, his response in text is blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
He was standing in a fucking tree, dude. So that he can see the apparatus. He was
Don't refer to me as dude. And
with a telescope.
don't refer to me as dude. And he was not standing in a tree. That is ridiculous. You need to look at the actual drawing. If you ask,
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that you don't know. Where was he standing, dumbass? Where was he standing? Was he standing right there?
standing anywhere, he was sitting on a chair outside. Where he
Why would he do that when it was such a highly sensitive experiment that he was worried about his mass?
Oh my God.
He was worried about his mass.
Really?
You're so fucking goofy that you don't understand this shit. You just went off one time, you read one thing, and you went off. You never read anything else, huh?
I read his report, Jason. Have you ever read it? Have you ever actually read Cabbage's own words, Jason? Answer it. Yes or no. Have you ever read it, Jason? Yes or no?
Yes, dude. Yes. Many times. I debunked it. Electrostatic hydrodynamic flow. Fucking
That is word. That is word.
let me ask a question. Why the fuck doesn't it happen instantly? Okay, look, I got questions for you. Why doesn't it happen instantly? Why do you need two separate size spheres?
What do you mean instantly, Jason? Do you understand any of the math?
Wait, do you understand what the experiment is trying to do?
Oh my goodness. How come? Yeah, you're trying to witness the two balls touching each other. That's
No.
No,
You're not. You have got to funny,
You don't
Joe.
understand Einstein, then.
You
You're getting yourself in very deep trouble, and you're making.
don't have any idea what you're talking about, Jason, and you're muted right now. I'm not going to listen to this crap. Everything you're saying is totally wrong. The balls don't touch each other. They can't. The small masses are inside the damn enclosure. The big ones are on the outside of the enclosure. The torsion balance doesn't touch anything. Nothing. I want you to answer this question. Describe to us, if you don't mind, how a torsion balance actually operates. What is one? What is it? Exactly what is it? Crickets.
Oh, am I unmuted now, you fucking lousy ass?
Would you like to get kicked? I can do that too, Jason.
Jason, I thought you said we weren't going to insult people.
Yeah, that was your word
dude.
for an end. That was
Oh,
your
y'all
word.
took the gloves off a long time ago.
We took the
Tell me how a
gloves off.
torsion balance. What is a torsion balance?
You don't understand what Cavendish's experiment is doing, do you?
Oh, sir, you don't
Answer
know
the question, Jason.
You don't even know what a
No,
torsion
fuck
balance is, do you, Jason?
I think
Dude,
Blue
it
is-
literally has you're witnessing the
Operate.
350-pound ball. You're witnessing the 350-pound ball and the 250-pound ball form.
What's
a gravity
250-pound ball?
He's an intellectual dweeb.
well.
The
Fucking
original
retarded,
experiment was done with a 350-pound balls and two 1.6-pound balls.
dude. There were two 250 pounds and two 350.
You
did
are
a
so,
version-
Been space time.
you are
He
completely
did a variety of the experiment with the 250-pound weight
Cavendish did it with 250
in order to
pound
get
ball.
different
Two
values
of
to
them.
calculate with.
Two 350 pounds.
two of his masses were 340 pounds apiece. The
Like
other
348.
two were about 1.6 pounds each. The torsion balance ball. Or
Okay,
about
why do you
1
need
point-
two separate sizes?
Why do you need two separate sizes?
Do you understand what's
You're-
happening in the
Are you
Cavendish
seriously asking
experiment?
what's that? Are you seriously telling us you understand this?
Do you understand
You're asking
what's
us
happening? Do you
that
understand that the balls are making gravity wells? You understand that, right? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Let me ask you a
Yes or no?
question.
No,
Do you
intelligence check.
understand that each
Yes or no?
ball
Are
makes
they,
its own
are they
gravity?
forming
You
a gravity
understand
well? Yes or no?
that- Do you understand that you don't need both balls to make the gravity well? Do you
You
realize that each
understand
one of
that
those
you are
balls makes
forming a
their
gravity
own
well?
gravity well? Do you have any idea
Do you
what you're
understand?
talking about
Yes or no?
whatsoever?
Confirm, yes or no?
When Cavendish
Are
did
those-
the experiment, he didn't know about the concept of a gravity well.
No, he
so
did
it's
not. But Einstein said what was happening. You guys agree?
That's nice, but it's nothing to do with what Cavendish was doing.
It doesn't matter. That's what's happening in reality. Apparently to you people, the balls are
Tell
forming
me-
a gravity well. Yes or no?
Either tell me what a
The
torsion
balls
balance
are
is.
forming a gravity well. Yes or no?
Explain a torsion balance or leave my server right now.
You're a pussy, bro.
Here's the thing, Jason. You were asked the question first, so you answer first.
Boot him. Boot him.
Say goodnight, Jason.
Can I ask Jason an easier question? Just before you kick him, can I ask him an easier question? What does hydrodynamic mean, Jason? What does it refer to?
He didn't know that.
Flow of liquid.
Any particular liquid?
How
What's
about
that?
fluid?
Yeah, it's,
Cool.
water mostly.
Water, yes, well done, man with the coat of arms.
And then
So when you
Now
were waffling on about your made-up
It
hydrodynamic
is-
theory, why were you talking
Because
about
there's-
wind, which is a flow of gaseous air? Not water.
Because there's water in the air, isn't there? Isn't there?
Yes, Blue, can you please show us where the water is in your experiment?
Even when you're talking about airplanes, it's called hydrodynamics.
No, it isn't. It is aerodynamics when you are involving airflow over
Aerodynamics
planes.
is dealing with gas only. We are dealing with water in this atmosphere that we have.
What phase
we are
is the
dealing
water
with
in?
water.
Jason,
It's the
what
same
phase?
dynamics that you use when you go underwater.
No, it isn't.
No.
They are
Yes,
totally
it is.
different.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, Jason.
Go
what,
back to school.
Bro, I've already figured it
What
out. I've already
phase?
figured it out. Anyway.
What phase
Anyway,
is the water in
the
when it's in the air?
350-pound balls, the 350-pound balls squish down time, space, and cause a gravity well, does it not?
That's a gross oversimplification of the.
No, that's exactly what you hear all the fucking time on TV. That's what it is, isn't it?
Yes. The TV gives a grossly oversimplified version.
It's not grossly oversimplified. It's exactly what it is, Governor.
I've never seen the
So,
cabin.
Jason,
Theoretically,
hang on.
Theoretically, isn't it?
Jason, did you say earlier on that we weren't supposed to be mocking people about accents?
Fuck you, man. How about that? How about that? You guys censor me, you kick me off, and you talk shit. You guys want to answer no fucking questions?
And that's
you go
why
mental on me.
You have no
sense.
And that's why we call you rude, Jason.
I don't care. I'm rude. Fuck you guys.
Rein it in, please, Jason. Please rein it in.
Why, when you're witnessing Cavendish, you're witnessing these two balls touch each other because of the gravity wells that have been formed. Bro, that is the epitome of the fucking science experiment.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's the climax, bro. That's the money shot.
Got it moving, not touching.
It's not moving. It's about it touching.
Jason, they don't touch because you're measuring the forces between them.
If they touch, you failed.
This is fucking ridiculous, man. No, they fell into the gravity well. That's what Einstein said, bro.
They are not.
How can they move if they're touching?
Bro, that's what this whole thing is about. They're falling into each other's gravity well, bro. Y'all don't get it? What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yes, and then the torsion bar restrains them from actually touching each other.
Okay, well, that's still the thing. That's still the fucking thing. It's an attractive force. It's still explainable by my electrostatic hydrodynamic flow theory. Because
why do both balls? Why are the balls attracted to each other?
Chamber. You bitches are so scared of a vacuum chamber. You call me all kinds of names because I want to see Cavendish in a vacuum chamber. Where in the fuck where has mass ever been measured attracting mass other than Cavendish?
Bunch of other
everywhere.
Where?
You know, when you step,
Jason,
have you ever used a set of weighing scales?
Have you ever stood next to 600 tons of counterweight for a crane? You say 350 pounds is enough to bend space-time enough to form a attractive force strong enough to suck another 250-pound ball into its gravity well. Dude, how the fuck is 600 tons worth of counterweight not holding dust on it?
That's bullshit.
It's bullshit. It is bullshit. It's 100% bullshit. The problem is you people never get close enough to things that are heavy like that. You never get out of your mom's baby.
Actually, Jason.
Listen, I guarantee you, I've next to more counterweights than you can ever name.
I get you. I bet you can't.
Do you know why?
Bet you can't. I'll put you. I bet, bro. I work with fucking cranes constantly, dude. Don't worry about that. I got a fucking wind turbine company hounding me to come back to work right now, dude. Don't talk shit.
I don't have a clue how many 4,100
You're still confirming what. Okay, great, good for you. You're still confirming. what I'm saying.
Jason, you realize why there's a torsion bar, right?
Fuck all that. How can you have 600 tons of counterweight and not anything sticking to it? Don't you get it, guys? 350 pounds is enough.
Yeah, how small that
24,000 kilometer ball of rock underneath it.
You can witness the force, apparently, in Cavendish. It's another thing that you guys have shot yourself in the foot with, and you're in a cult and you can't get out of it.
Jason, how much was the force in the Cavendish experiment?
Exactly.
Enough to attract two fucking balls to each other. Bah!
1.74 times 10 to the minus 7 newtons.
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
Tiny.
600 tons of counterweight should attract the dust.
He won't
shut
up.
People attract dust, dude. You can't even attract
dust. Formula for gravity. There's 2 M's in it.
I don't think wind is blowing. He's
refusing to tell us what a torsion balance is and how it operates.
Yeah, because it's fucking.
He can't describe it, but he's an expert on it.
I love the part where we're supposed to be talking about the Cavendish experiment, and he said, "Fuck the torsion balance." Like the torsion balance isn't at all important to the Cavendish experiment. It's only the whole point of it.
Yeah, the attractive force.
Has everybody forgotten he didn't even know that the balls are in an enclosure?
Okay.
Remember the enclosure, Jason?
He hasn't known anything so far.
The horse barn is not an enclosure. A classroom is not an enclosure.
How embarrassing for you, Jason.
Jason, you really are embarrassing yourself, son. You really are.
Very embarrassing.
Really ought to go.
How?
Really?
The classroom is not an enclosure.
Cavendish paper and read it. He's got drawings and everything in there. He shows you the enclosure.
That apparatus was put inside of a horse barn.
You look at what's on my screen right now, and you'll see a near exact replica of the way Cavendish did it.
Yep. And he put
And
all that
the
in a
force
horse
that I'm
barn.
measuring at the moment,
Who cares about
the force that I'm measuring at the moment is on the order of about 25 nanonewtons, Jason.
Nanonewtons. And you don't think that static electric charge built up on that little ball?
There's no static electric charge built up.
You doing it in your fucking garage, monkey boy.
And
You're doing it in your fucking garage.
So
monkey
what,
boy, man?
Monkey boy.
Ah, my God.
So what, Jason? At least I have a
Fuck
garage.
you guys. That's what's fucking with the name calling, bro.
Who cares if it's done in the garage? What does that have to do with anything?
If I insult you back, you get fucking crybaby about it.
I haven't even begun to insult you.
Jason, question.
Right.
If
even your condescending tone of my fucking name being called is insulting. Jason, God damn, guys, grow up, man.
It sounds like you're more the triggered one.
Actually, judging by how triggered he's become, I'd say he is sensitive enough to register a weight next to him.
Can any of you, can any of you please give me a single reason why I shouldn't boot this asshole?
Because I think it'd be more torture for him to sit in here muted and not be able to talk and have to.
I honestly can't.
I think it's kind of funny to mock, but if you want to boot him, that's probably a good idea.
I think he had business. All you got to do is tell a little puppy dog to get back on his porch because he can't run with the big dogs.
Important thing to remember with it as well, Blue, is that he doesn't actually accept diagrams because they're just cartoons.
He only accepts diagrams drawn on his dry erase board.
I mean, we can tell him everything he got wrong without him actually being here to listen. He's not listening anyway, so it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear him.
Electrostatic, hydrodynamic, whatever.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand.
That's a great question, Alan. Can you answer that, Jason? Yes or no? Want to answer the question?
Yeah, what is the question? I don't know why. Can you hear me? I'm blocked or muted or something.
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Sadly, yes.
What was the question? I can't hear Alan. I have no idea. I can't unblock his microphone. Oh my God, dude, I'm not trying to get. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Why are you so defensive? Do you see that?
He's trying to tell you the question, Jason. Stop.
And then
he's trying to tell you the question.
Why the fuck is that? God, fuck, dude, I'd smack the shit out you. You fucking yelling at me
Oh,
like that for real.
shut the fuck up and listen to the question.
Man, you want to smack a boy in a wheelchair? I'll come play your game. I'll be your Huckleberry any day of the week, you little punk motherfucker.
exposed spheres, the exposed spheres are suffering from electrostatic hydrodynamic flow theory, which is causing a static electric charge, which is causing a magnetic force. What the fuck is so hard to understand about this, guys? Why can't
Can you show evidence for that?
Why don't you just every time you do it with a fucking balloon and you get the same results?
Okay, now do it with not a balloon. Do it.
The case shouldn't be made from wood. The case should be made from metal and alloys and ball bearings. That's fucking ridiculous. And then look, we haven't even got to the torsion bar yet.
Hello.
I always say, if you understand something completely, you can explain it simply. And your roundabout blobbity blob political talk is absolute signs that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What politics?
Okay.
No.
Listen, I'm not done. Why
Balsa
don't you
wood
put
is
it
political
in a
now.
fucking titanium? Why don't you put it in a titanium case? Why don't you put it in a titanium vacuum chamber?
Why would we want to put it in metal? We're trying to reduce.
That's what science is about, is eliminating all possibilities that could affect.
Yes,
That's
Jason.
why we
and
use
that's
wood.
what changing the case does.
That's not moving the goalpost. That's literally putting the goalpost back to where it's supposed to be. You people have lowered the bar so much. So much.
You're a
What?
fucking idiot.
You accept fucking horse barns and you accept fucking dusty classrooms.
Can you please tell me
You
the
accept
static
theoretical as
electrical
reality?
discharge difference between steel, aluminum, or titanium? Can you please tell me what their resistance to an
It does
electrical
not
charge
fucking matter depending. What's that?
You said it was electrical, static, whatever. So it would matter. It would exactly matter. So you would need to know that.
You put it in a vacuum chamber, and you wouldn't have the airflow, nor would you have the horse shit or the fucking students' skin dust all floating through the fucking air, rubbing on these fucking two spheres, causing an electromagnetic fucking field.
So basically,
Jason, do you want to know why there has to be two different size balls?
Oh yeah, tell us.
Because one has to take the charge, will force the other one to lose its positive charge, taking the negative charge, and that's when you see the electrostatic force.
How does that work?
Survey says.
You don't see it because mine can be repeated. You rub a balloon on your head, stick it on the wall. That's what you're looking at. Yours, you can stand next.
Oh my God!
You can stand next to trillions of tons and not have any type of force applied.
Lead weight on your head and stick that to the wall, Jason. Go on.
What are you talking about? Stand on a scale.
Attracting
on a scale.
That's buoyancy,
You
my
weigh
guy.
yourself on weighing scales. You attract
That's
mass
density
mass.
and buoyancy.
No, that is the force of gravity.
That scale changes. No, that scale changes if I'm underwater. That's not the force.
Yes.
That's not the force.
Yeah, and that's another
theoretical
force being added.
That's a theoretical force.
Hang on. Jason,
No,
what's
it's
the
not.
equation for buoyancy?
Yeah,
How do you work out buoyancy? How do you work out the buoyant force on an object?
do you want me to tell you that you've attached your theoretical concept to the?
Answer the question.
No, he wants you to say the formula for buoyancy.
No, the formula has the theoretical concept attached to it because you guys have done that. That's not what it means.
So you don't know
make
it.
it real. No, it doesn't make it real. Just because you attach that formula to density and buoyancy does not make the theory of gravity any less theatrical.
Any less?
No, I don't know. Yeah,
go back to
why would I? Dude, do you know the color of the first dragon in Dungeons and Dragons? No.
Yes, I
knows
do.
You know your father's
Yes, I do.
first name,
Probably,
Jason.
no, that's a bad,
You know anything?
That's a bad one because you guys probably do. That was a bad analogy. That was
Back to my
bad.
question, Jason.
That's
Can
true.
you please
That is
tell
true.
me,
You got me.
describe a torsion balance and how it operates, please? Tell me what one is.
I just told you. I told you, man. There's an attractive force pulling on this thing, and it's the electrostatic magnetic.
I want you to give me a detailed
force.
description of a torsion balance,
It's not the
Jason, and
theoretical
how it
force.
operates, please.
Explain how a
Won't you
theoretical
give me-
force affects reality. That's what
You've
I'm
already
wondering.
been asked a
What is-
question, Jason. You
All
answer.
right, let me ask you. Tell you. Let's make it even simpler. A torsion
Yeah,
balance
sure.
is a horizontal what?
Dude.
Can
Is there a video? Put the video.
Can
Put
you
the
or not?
video up.
Can you or can you not
Let's
answer
do
that
a video.
question? Just one word. Torsion balance is a horizontal something. What is that thing?
Horizontal something, bro. You're witnessing.
He has no idea.
I have no idea what you're talking about. It's like ridiculous. There's two fucking
No, it's
balls.
not
They're
ridiculous.
attracting to each other because there's a gravity.
I have no
Like, I don't
idea
know- I
what
don't
you're
know
talking
trying
about.
to get at. It's like ridiculous.
Thank you.
No, it's so ridiculous.
We're well aware of
I'm
that
talking
before
about
you
Einstein, and you're
start.
talking about
We were well aware of that.
No, we're
You
not
sound like
talking
a
about
retard.
Einstein.
No, I'm talking about Einstein.
So
We're
simple
supposed to be talking about
Boring.
Cavendish
One word would be
and
boring.
blue. Oh,
One
but
word
but
would be very boring.
horizontal. It's a
Horizontal
device.
dick.
Horizontal what?
Horizontal these nuts. A horizontal, dude. There's a torsion bar. There's two balls on the end of the torsion bar. There's another torsion bar. There's two more balls on the end of that fucking torsion bar.
No, there's not two torsion bars, Jason.
There's a bar that holds two fucking balls, dude. What are you talking about? Then
That's
there's
not
a
a
fucking wire
that's
that
not
goes
a
up-
torsion bar.
Jason. Jason, that is not a torsion bar. You don't know what is the torsion element in a torsion balance, Jason?
Why haven't you put it in a vacuum chamber? Blue
Why?
balls.
You can't answer a question, can you?
No, it's boring
How do
and
you come here
stupid,
pretending like
and
you
you're
know
trying to
these
lead me on to
things?
some
You can't answer these
fucking
simple questions.
mindless,
What is the
time-wasting
torsion
bullshit.
element in a torsion
Tell me.
balance?
Why don't you tell me about it? I'm so stupid. Tell me about it. Tell me what it does so I can explain.
Hey,
it.
you finally got one. You finally got one thing right, Jason. You are
Let's
stupid.
go. Let's go. Let's go. Explain it, dickhead.
I'm quite happy to let you make an answer.
Let's go,
yourself.
dickhead. Let's go. You're just talking and you're not explaining. Let's go. Explain it.
Jason, all you got to do is watch any of
One of you fucking I want one of you retards to explain how
All you gotta
Cavendish
do
works.
is watch any of my videos. It's well explained.
I want to watch your fucking video. If you understand it completely, you can explain it
So,
simply.
so then you
Explain
don't
it
care
simply.
about trying to learn.
Yeah, you ain't got shit. You ain't got shit. You want to talk about your fucking torsion bar?
Like a fool of yourself.
What a fucking retard, man. What is causing the force?
Jason,
Sure.
are you an adult or a 12-year-old child? Will you
I feel
please
great. I
grow
feel
up?
like a 12-year-old. I feel like a fucking. I feel like I'm 20
You sound like
something
a
years old.
12-year-old.
I'm 40.
You
Yeah,
sound like
fuck
a
you. How
12-year-old.
about that? I'd fuck you. We'll see. We see. Whatever, dude. Whatever.
Oh,
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Whoosh,
it.
over
Fucking
his head.
explain the force. Explain the force. Is it a theoretical concept called gravity making this force? How come you can't measure it anywhere else?
we measure it all over the place.
Everywhere else.
Measure it
It's
all over the place. You're measuring
midichlorians. The
density and
force is
buoyancy, bro.
from midichlorians.
My force is measuring it. My
It's
phone is
Klingon,
measuring it right
dude.
now.
The force is Klingon. Hey, man. Why is your shit still theoretical?
Are you answering questions with questions?
Hang on.
Oh,
If it's
God.
density and
I'm not worried about
buoyancy,
your stupid
why,
fucking torsion
when you
bar
use
questions.
a...
I don't give a fuck. I'm not looking at the diagram, so I don't know what you're talking about right
No.
now.
Jason,
Why do you need a
If-
diagram? It's torsion bar.
Yeah.
if gravity is just
Torsion bar.
density
There's a
and
lot of bars.
buoyancy,
There's two bars that hold the balls. There's another bar that holds the ball.
It's not too hard. God, that's
Yeah, I'm not
idiotic.
looking at the diagram, and you keep talking about it. I don't give a fuck about that. I want to talk about something else, and you guys are really trying hard to steer away from it.
I just want to make sure we all
You guys are
understand.
really
Jason doesn't know
When
jack
have you
shit
measured
about a
mass
torsion
attracting
balance.
mass?
Can't
When have you
describe
measured
it
mass?
about it correctly.
Isn't
Isn't that right, Jason?
Why can't you describe
Yeah,
where mass has been
clue
measured
what a
attracting
torsion
mass?
balance actually
Hey,
is,
buddy.
do you?
Why
bring
can't
balance
you
in
explain
a
anytime
vacuum
you-
chamber, Jason.
What's that?
If you take a string, suspend it, and put a weight on it, you can measure the gravitational force that's being applied by how much the spring stretches. This works in a vacuum chamber or in air and gives essentially the same result. Why does it do that?
I've
if
actually
it's
come up with a
buoyancy?
better science experiment than that to prove gravity.
Oh, better.
Oh, Jason, can you answer that question, please? Why does it have essentially the same result if you use a string to measure the force of gravity in a vacuum or in air?
It sounds like you're just witnessing a thing and you didn't do a science experiment. It sounds like you need to do some other things, like add some variables, take the variables
Wonderful.
away.
We can do this. We can do
the
this
one
right now.
variable that we are
Why
interested
you get
in.
so mad, though? Why you get
Because
so mad
you're
when I just say
triggered
some
by-
scientific shit? No, I did not. I'm trying to say, he
Jason,
asked me a question. I said
the
it. and he said,
variable-
well, I get mad. Dude,
Jason.
there's variables. I would like to change the
Jason.
environment. Shut the fuck up. I'm telling you what I would think about the experiment. You asked. Now shut the fuck up and let me tell you. I think it would be performed different if we changed the atmosphere inside that experiment. I think it would perform different if under lava.
Jason,
I think
in
if you put lava
vacuum
in there,
and in air, that's a different atmosphere.
And it doesn't
that's
change.
2 different atmospheres. I want to change it again, dickhead.
Okay, and it still doesn't change.
Yes, it does.
Only
What if we
oxygen
put
atmosphere.
lava?
It's
What
safe.
if we put
Hello,
liquid
Mr.
metal?
What you doing?
That's not an atmosphere, Jason.
Yeah.
That is an atmosphere.
No,
You
no,
change
it's
it.
not.
Jason, you're a moron.
Y'all
Can
are
you
fucking
give me the
programmed.
formula for Can you give me the formula for
Y'all
figuring out
fucking
what size
brain dead
springs
as
I need to
fuck.
put in my mud
Hey,
truck and why there's
just
a
a
constant
study.
in that?
How many people actually eat animal product in this room?
Hell yeah.
There we go.
Several times a day.
From your proposed
Like,
experiment,
yeah,
you didn't
JJ.
notice that
There you go.
really
I've been
important
hiding
when
in
you're
your
trying to
live
weigh
chat for
something by seeing how much it stretches a
cognitive
spring.
growth. Slow
You have to actually
cognitive
lift
growth
it
is a reflex
off
of
the
a
ground.
fucking-
It won't
Yes, slow
extend the
cognitive
spring to
growth
a
is
length proportional to its weight if it's actually resting on the ground. It has to be lifted off the ground, not in contact with it.
Hey, why did
Just as the balls in the Cavendish experiment have to not be touching.
Why do? Yeah, that's what I say because sometimes it doesn't fucking happen.
How
Sometimes
does
it
the
does.
government
Sometimes it
feminize
doesn't.
the meat that I killed that's in my freezer, Jason? I've been hiding in your
See,
live chat.
that's
and
incorrect.
voice
That's
box for a
actually
month.
incorrect. I didn't say it feminized you. The meat that you have in your
Oh,
freezer.
yes, you did.
gives
Would you like me to bring
No,
up
I
the
don't.
screenshots from the other day?
Yes, I would. Go for it.
Awesome.
I'm still waiting for an explanation of how different types of wood and plastic having different permittivities is political. Like, is
Waiting for an
walnut more
explanation of
left
anything.
oak?
He hasn't answered a damn thing.
No, he hasn't answered anything. So and he's asking questions. So if he wants us to answer questions, then he has to answer some fucking
98%
questions.
of your animal product you get from
Like,
your grocery
is-
store.
No,
your
we're not
restaurant.
talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that,
yeah.
I
Jason.
just fucking asked you, retard. He wants
Is
to know how it's being
walnut
feminized.
capitalist?
Hey, dipshit. Every piece
No,
of meat
not
in my
capitalist.
freezer,
I actually a
we
lot
had
of
this
that with my tax
conversation.
dollars. It's socialist.
Cool. So
I'm
if we're
trying to
going
explain
to
why you're being mentally retarded so much you can't explain what I'm saying to you.
mentally retarded, can you please figure out the
That's
You're
amazing.
giving yourself brain damage. You know that, right?
Yeah, to you is brain damage. I agree.
I don't think we're
Brain
giving
damage,
anyone
brain,
brain
brain,
damage.
damage
for that
tastes so
shit.
good.
I'm on the verge of getting brain damage from blood pressure.
I'm on the
Yeah,
verge of
actually.
getting brain damage
Meat
from
kettle.
listening to Jason.
You know, Jason, I knew the
Jason,
Mississippi
hot
high
meat
school
kettle.
education system
you
was
believe?
bad, but I didn't think it was that bad.
Normally it isn't. Jason's unusual.
How am I unusual? I don't like hurting animals.
No, I meant like in terms of like, well,
Is that
Learning
Blue?
development.
You're
That,
unusual
yeah.
because
Like
90%
how?
of the population
Like
have
how?
over 50
Exactly.
IQ.
Like, explain to me how, though. Explain it. You say I'm stupid. Explain to me how. I know
You're
the heliocentric
unable to
model.
take in information and process
But
it
I have your
properly.
information already, though. That's what I'm saying. I already know.
And
For
you can't
36
explain
years,
any
for
of it.
36 years, I studied heliocentric model. You know, like everybody did. I know your thing.
Fantastic.
That's
simple-
exactly
Can
when
you-
it starts.
hang on.
That's exactly when it starts, man. That's
Jason,
exactly
can
when
you
That is
describe
not.
can you describe the difference between the heliocentric model and the shape of the Earth? Because they are two
Ooh.
separate concepts.
Can you
can have a
guys actually
geocentric.
provide a scientific experiment of the shape?
Can
Yes.
you answer a question
That's
with
what
an
I'm concerned
answer
about.
instead of another question?
Yeah.
I can do whatever the fuck I want to, though. You know what I'm saying?
So
You
no.
know what I mean?
Yeah, and Blue can kick you anytime he gets bored.
No, of course you're not going to say. No, people uneducated won't understand what I'm saying.
So you won't understand yourself?
Oh, that's classic, bro. That's fucking stupid. No, saying stupid shit like that is exactly. That's not a confirmation that you're correct.
So
he's using words, but I don't understand them.
I know. That's not my problem. That's not
Simple
my problem.
simple calculation, Jason. My
Simple calculation.
truck weighs 6,000 pounds, and I need it to sag 2 inches when I put weight on it. How much spring do I need?
No, I'm not doing mental gymnastics. Hey, why don't you have
formula? That formula
experimentation
uses your
mass
imaginary
attracting
gravity
mass?
force that you say we can't use in anything. That formula specifically.
No, I'm not saying you can't use anything. I'm saying that you did it wrong. And there's other variables at play here, and you should put it in the back.
Why does it matter where it was done if it's been
I just
repeated?
explained it a lot. Anybody else want to take this?
It's been done repeatedly in every.
Whew, like a lot. I'm just playing that a lot.
When you're ready for explanation, I'll be glad to provide it for you.
It can't be done. That a lot. Do I have to explain that again? Somebody else want to get it? You don't do it in a dusty ass horseman. Hey guys, can you do a Cavendish experiment in a hurricane outside?
Hey, it's been done in multiple sealed classrooms inside vacuum chambers repeatedly.
Sealed
you deny
classrooms.
That too?
Explain that to me. Explain that to me.
If you build a sealed chamber in a classroom,
no. I want that guy
sealed?
to explain sealed classrooms, please.
If you build the apparatus in a sealed container, is that not a sealed classroom?
That's not a sealed. This is fucking air conditioning fence. What classrooms do you go to that you don't have fans and air
Can you
conditioners?
not build a box physics labs at universities where the doors are sealed so that air cannot pass through the door when the door is closed?
Air passing through the door. Who gives a fuck when you have 200,000 ton AC units on the fucking roof blowing hurricane winds in?
What the
fuck are you retarded?
Have you ever been in a hurricane? Have you ever been in a hurricane? Because AC is not the same as a hurricane wind.
You can turn the AC off.
Air conditioning ducts that blow hot, cold ass air on those expensive ass kids. You got to be a dumb motherfucker to acknowledge this. You're a reality denial.
A single school in the UK that has air conditioning.
Talk for an hour. Use big words. Shut up.
Oh, Jason.
And caps.
You don't need it.
Jason, there are no fans running in my garage at the moment.
Dude, you're in a fucking garage clucker. I had a garage in Dallas with the same. It looked like the same shit, and the fucking wind blows it. Like, dude, wind blows to the fucking crack. Dude, wind blows, bro. You open the door. You open the fucking door. Go in your garage. Check it.
Wow, wind blows.
Do you have an attic hatch? Do you have an attic hatch? Is that 100% sealed environment? No, it's not. You dingleberry. You're walking past it, dude. You're making airflow. You're walking past it. I watched you film it. You're walking past it. You're creating airflow. You have created airflow. You created airflow, dude.
I'm going to tell you one more time. I'm going to mute him. I'm going to mute him for a second. Jason, you're on my server. If you call me one more name, I will boot you. I want you to understand that. Now, it's time you got a little bit educated, son. I'm going to give you an explanation, the one you're not able to give me. Pay attention. This may help you sometime in the future. A torsion balance is a horizontal pendulum. Pendulum was the word I was looking for. Any freshman college physics student would be able to come up with that in the middle of the night if you woke them up out of a sound sleep. It's not that hard to come up with, Jason. The torsion element is the wire that the torsion beam is hanging from. It's not really called a torsion beam. That thing is a spreader bar. If you know all about cranes, you ought to know what a spreader bar is. And that's all that beam is. It's simply a spreader bar. The element that is taking the load of those small balls is the wire that comes up at a diagonal, okay? That's what's doing it. The beam just holds the wire apart. That's the only thing it's there for. The wire itself is the torsion element. The restoring force for a normal pendulum would be the gravitational force, but this thing operates horizontally. The restoring force here is the torque in that wire. By measuring the period of oscillation of that system, we can determine what the torsion constant is. And once we know that, we can calculate exactly how much deflection that torsion element, that wire, will experience when a given force is applied to one end or both ends of the torsion balance. Does that help you at all, Jason?
Yeah, Blue, this is why I've been very careful to always say torsion balance and not torsion beam.
Yeah, you guys are fucking it up, and
Exactly.
trying to make like I'm fucking it up. That's crazy. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you
But
are
anyway,
fucking-
all that shit you said,
You are fucking it up,
still,
young.
all that
You are
shit you said just
fucking it
now
up beyond all
still
reason.
applies. Doesn't matter. Still applies to what I my theory. So good
But
for
Jason,
you. Congrats.
if your
You were
two
correct.
balls are
You
in
were correct, by the way.
electrical contact, why do the charges not equalize between the two?
You have two positive forces, and if they're not set up correctly, they'll stay positive. That's why sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
If you physically have them
The shit is
connected,
not. The shit is like Cavendish works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't, bro. It's admitted
No,
by
it
the
works
fucking
every time,
physicists.
Jason.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Not
It works
wrong. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. And physicists will
Sorry.
fucking disagree with you.
Hey, Jason, can you
Yeah.
provide us with a citation saying it doesn't work every time? Thank you.
Oh, when I find it, I'll give it to you.
I haven't
Okay,
had
we're trying to find it now.
Oh,
I
you
haven't
know,
had
I'm-
any problem
It does
with
work every time.
I've not experienced any
Wrong.
problem with it, Jason. How do you explain that?
What's that?
Mine works every
Say that.
time. I don't have any problem
What's it
getting
tell
mine
you?
to work
What's it tell you? What you got a sphere set it up? You got a sphere set up? What's it consist of?
Say what?
You got a sphere? A ball?
Yeah.
A ball, guy? You got just get the fucking dildo out your ear, bro. You got a ball? What you got set up over there? A ball?
You're a fucking
And you
piece
got a
of
fucking
shit, you know
garage, a
that?
dusty ass garage.
Man, so
Electrostatic
triggered for such a
hydrodynamic
little
flow,
boy.
dude. That's what you got. That's what you got.
Yeah, he is triggered.
I
You
think
know
he's
why?
back
You know
out.
why he's so triggered? He's so triggered because it's a lack of meat.
He's triggered because he just got his ass spanked. That's what he's triggered about.
Yeah, he needs
No,
that
not really. You keep censoring me
He came
because you're
here
fucking
thinking he was
weak.
going to take us on, and he doesn't even have a clue what a torsion balance is.
Bro, you too, and then you go, oh, it's not really called a torsion balance, it's called a torsion board. A torsion
Hey,
board.
Jason, go
But
eat a
you don't even
hamburger
fucking
and
do it.
chill
It's
out,
just-
dude.
People call it different things.
No,
No.
people don't.
Yeah, some people
Well, they
you
don't.
say it was born. You say it was a pig born, and some people say it was a horse barn. You people say different things.
and the enclosure was custom
Oh,
built
my
within the
It's
building.
called a
Custom built,
torsion
yeah,
board.
it was the apparatus to hold it up. It wasn't a sealed enclosure.
Still,
Yes, it
still
was.
doesn't-
No, it
still
wasn't. It was a
doesn't
horse
answer
barn,
the
dickhead.
relative
Yes,
It was
it
a horse
was,
barn.
Jason.
A fucking horse barn. It's a
The
horse barn.
enclosure
It's a
was-
classroom.
The
The horse
enclosure
barn.
was
Okay,
just
okay,
as
okay,
sealed
okay,
as
okay,
what
okay,
you
Cavendish
claim
shit.
you
Okay,
are.
Cavendish shit. Okay. But what about the ones in the classroom?
Who
Depends on the
cares? Those are
classroom.
demonstrations.
Was the
Not-
one you had in
Dude,
your
you say those are
classroom?
dead ass accurate, bro. You can't be like, oh, this is proof, and then like, no, it's not really. You guys
How
are full of shit. This is why
How
Ball
accurate-
Earth is falling on its face, dude. You guys are so terrible. You guys are all real giant assholes. When anybody asks questions, that you fucking flail out on them.
Man, you're
Says the guy yelling and screaming and not answering any questions.
And calling names.
Yeah, but you're
Yeah.
here listening, aren't you? Yep.
your
No,
idea about not
To-
being
to
able to
blow.
peel off a room or an
I'm
enclosure.
planting
is
seeds,
insane.
dickhead. What happened?
Hey, is a paint booth not a sealed, controlled environment? Because I got a lot of pissed off customers that paid for high dollar paint if it's not.
It is a sealed controlled environment.
Yet you just told me we couldn't do that in a classroom. I
That
do it in a
is
damn
more
paint
scientific,
booth on a daily
bro.
basis.
That's more scientific than your fucking science. Isn't that a bitch? Come on, man. Put the fucking Cavendish in the goddamn paint booth. I would literally fucking be a little bit more happy. You should be that way.
Well, no one really cares to make you
It's a
happy.
good thing we're not going to try to make you happy.
Right.
No, bro, y'all should. You know, you're so happy with being theoretical. You were so happy with being theoretical.
You know what a paint booth has going on in it, Jason?
Yeah, no shit.
One big ass explosion proof fucking fan.
I know what it is.
Yeah, that causes how much air?
There's a lot of airflow going on.
And it's a controlled environment for that particular task.
Jason, you literally just said the dumbest thing.
Can I ask a quick question? What is a scientific theory, Jason?
I should charge you to fucking ask me questions. You little bitches talking shit. Well,
you don't answer them, so I wouldn't
fucking
pay.
answer them, dude. Yeah, you don't answer them, man.
Yeah, that's why I'm not answering them. That's why I'm not answering them.
No, you know why you're not answering them? It's because you can't answer them.
No, I love bashing the fuck out of you.
What is a scientific theory?
Funny.
What is a scientific theory?
It is a theory based off.
No, you can't use the word in the definition.
Because there's two different words. It's not a definition. You'll never get a definition.
Yes, you
science. You got science and you got theory.
Yeah.
Here's where I explain what a compound word is to you people.
No,
hey, I have a very simple.
No, I just reject it. I reject it. I'm in a
very
cult.
simple
I'm in a
question
cult.
for you,
No,
Jason.
no.
What's your question,
How many
Crash?
cubic
I'm in a
feet
cult.
of,
No.
Jason, stop.
how many cubic?
How many cults? How many cults? How many questions? How many for the
How
cult?
many
glad you
feet
can
of
admit you're in a
air
cult.
moves through my paint booth a minute? Because I can tell you
I
exactly.
don't know. You probably a lot of CFM. A lot of CFM.
Can you tell me how to calculate CFM? Because I don't think you're smart enough to even tell me what CFM is.
I bet you I've been more responsible for more expensive equipment than you have.
I doubt it.
No, what is
For
CFM?
fully repairing it.
What is
Please tell
CFM?
me what
Don't
CFM
condescend
is,
to me
Jason.
with your fucking paint booth.
I have a
What
paint
is
booth
CFM?
that is 30
Jason,
feet
what's
long,
the
30
CFM?
feet
To me
tall.
with your fucking paint booth.
I have a paint booth that is
Clown.
30 feet long, 30 feet tall, or
$4
20
million
feet tall,
wind turbine. I've taken that bitch apart and put it
and
all back
14
together.
feet wide. Oh, a $14 million wind turbine. Damn. I have
4 million.
customers
4 million.
in a week than you spent on that damn thing.
Jason, what's
It's
CFM?
been anything. They just entrusted me to take it apart with my crew.
What does CFM mean?
Put it back
It
together.
takes a lot of skill to take apart a DC
He
motor.
doesn't know, Left Lane.
It does.
Yeah,
It did not get killed too. A lot of people got hurt on the fucking project.
Do you
What,
know
on your
CFM
project,
is?
Jason? A lot of people got hurt on your project. So you're a shit
Not a
manager.
single person ever got hurt on my crew. That's a proud record I have.
I'm
I
still
was
waiting,
pretty
Jason.
Sure,
What
Jason
is?
wasn't the team
What does
manager.
CFM stand for?
I don't know. Tell me.
Oh
No,
no,
we're asking you.
You were asking you. And then I can tell you how much CFM that my paint booth moves through it.
Okay, I don't give a fuck. What I'm worried about is why you accept a paint booth is more fucking sophisticated of apparatus than a horse barn.
That wasn't my claim.
No, wait, that was your claim, Jason. Jason, that was
yeah.
your claim. That was your claim, dumbass.
No, that
Christ, man, you're
it's
an
a
idiot.
claim. It is
You're a
accurate.
fucking
It is
idiot.
accurate because literally a paint booth is more control of environment than a horse barn.
No, it is not.
No, it's
I
not.
would say
Pending.
it's a little bit less than a classroom is basically the same thing. You got a ton of fucking air blowing all the time. Who
Not
says
if,
no?
not if you don't have
Who
AC
says
running
no?
in the
Who
room.
says no? Who says no? What
Me.
fucking African jungle school do you live in?
Jason, shut the
fucking
fuck up.
African jungle school do you go to?
It's racist.
No, retard. You're telling you go to a school and it doesn't have air conditioning. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
In Britain, we do not usually have air conditioning in the classrooms.
Okay.
We don't need it.
What you laughing? I
Also-
can't.
Oh
And
my
also,
God.
the air conditioning can be turned off in the case that you are doing an experiment in the room that requires there to be minimal or
No,
no
you can't.
airflow through the room.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
Yes, you
don't
can,
even know- you
because
don't even-
they're
this is
built
what's-
that way for
What's wrong with, this
actual
is what's wrong
science
with not
labs,
having life
Jason.
experience. This is what's wrong with not having life experience.
Jason,
You don't
have
know
you
that
been
there's
to
a
a
giant air
university?
conditioning up top. There's a giant air conditioning up top. There's a big unit that feeds a bunch of classrooms, and you can't simply
So
turn
you
the
don't know
fucking
that
AC
vents
unit off.
close.
Yes,
Yeah,
they have
you
vents.
do
Have
realize
ever seen
that you
those
can block it
dirty
off from
fucking
rooms.
Whack vents. Have you ever seen that's the fucking level. We're arguing about your raggedy ass level of.
Have you ever worked in a science lab?
Dusty vents. Yes, you know what I'm saying? Dude, my wife gets pissed off about that. She gets pissed off because there's Lexuses and fucking GTRs that have engines that have clean rooms. And you guys accept shit that was done in a horse barn. A fucking pigsty.
No.
Actually, I can quite accept the fact that Jason could not use a switch.
You're getting ripped apart. You
Have
gotta
you
change
been-
your strategy.
Have you been in a
You gotta
university
change your
science
You
lab?
gotta change the strategy. Yeah,
Can you
all of them
tell
can
me
be
how many
explained with
cubic
my.
feet? Can you tell me how many cubic
not
feet
gonna
of
give-
air a 200
Gives
pound?
a fuck about that clown. No, I can't, dude. I don't work in a
That's
fucking
exactly my
paint
point.
booth. Go inhale some more fumes, retard. Shut up. Next.
Oh, what's the
Next.
matter, Jason? You
What a
jealous?
fucking
Because I
Can
had
you
a
just
hustle
kick him,
job?
please?
Try to hook me.
We're not getting
try to
anywhere.
Hook me. Try to hook me on how many fucking CFM
Yeah,
your
this is boring
paint
now.
booth moves. Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
he's
boring
over.
because you're getting
Yeah.
smoked. Fucking
Yeah.
clowns. Fuck
A
all
pe-
y'all.
like
You
a
lost
pigeon.
before you even
Yeah.
got here.
Oh, did I?
Bye-bye,
When did you
Jason.
measure maths? When did you measure math?
Every
you,
time I
buddy.
use a skill.
Every time you get on a
Bye-bye,
skill.
Jason.
Density and buoyancy. You guys are losing big time.
Density has no vector. Buoyancy requires gravity. There you go.
Right. Yeah. How does
No, it
density
doesn't.
and
No, it
buoyancy?
You literally have to say the theory of gravity. That's how you have to pronounce it.
No, I could say the law of gravity.
No, you can't. There's no scientific
Yeah, he
experiment
just
that
said it.
shows the theory of gravity.
There's the theory of gravity and there's the law of gravity. Oh, he's gone.
Hey.
Somehow I'm not sad about that.
I'm sorry, we've been dealing with him like this for about a month on Planet Walk's server.
Yeah.
I've been stalking him on his server, trying to get him into his own voice chat for over a month.
At least he didn't get into his claims about vitamin B12 being a bacterium that's a parasitic worm egg.
How are you still on a server after a month?
How does some?
No, but believe me, if I was working on my rules, he wouldn't still be in that server. But I have to work to the standards of the channel owner.
Did anybody else like how he tried to switch his claim back against me that the paint booth was more stable?
Oh yeah, dude.
He does that all the time.
He was switching all over the place. Any time that he was being pinned down on a question, he was switching to something completely different.
Do you know the stupid part though? I've draft proofed a physics lab to do an experiment like that by literally sealing up the doors and windows with tape.
Yeah.
I mean, the airflow in the paint booth is exceptionally.
Yeah, I should probably get going.
Yeah.
All right, later, ML.
Sorry, Crashes, we lost you there.
Yeah, my dog bumped into me. I said that the airflow in my paint booth is greatly controlled, but I'm moving 340 to 400 CFM a minute.
It's of interest because I'm not familiar with the acronym. What is CFM?
Cubic feet a minute.
Yep, that's fine. I wasn't sure because there's a few things it could have been.
Hey,
but that makes perfect sense.
Just because you're upside down and using weird metric things doesn't mean that everything I deal with is still in CFM. My air compressor all the way down to my bike.
If you notice on Blue's experiment, the metric is the one that we're actually focusing on. Ha!
It depends. The very nice traditional vernier readout is in inches. It's the it's the
Blue got so aggravated he kicked his Cavendish.
So how long did it take Jason to actually join? Because I had to go back to work.
55 minutes.
Damn.
So, Blue, are your balls touching?
Oh, that's fine.
Actually,
that's fine.
excuse me, guys, if I could have a moment, please.
I don't know if you know.
Big Blue, I'd just like to compliment you on the what is it? The hypothetical that you've built in your horse barn. It's very well done. Thank you. I've got to head off to work now.
I don't know if you guys can notice it or not, but if you look at the video that's showing the actual enclosure, that white strip of stuff hanging down there, perfectly stationary, not moving at all, Here's a piece of toilet paper.
That's your draft detector, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of wind.
Yeah, they're saying it's really whistling in here.
There is a touch of movement there, but not a vast amount.
But it's. What I really wanted to ask him though is if it is this electrostatic hydrofluic
Dynamic.
whatever. Yeah, I don't craziness that yeah, right. Is okay, if you built the case out of metal, then of course it would matter what material you built it out of, because that would affect it even more so.
Yep.
I'm really upset and sad by the fact that he couldn't get a chance to answer my super chat question.
Jimmy,
You know what? I would actually like to see a Cavendish experiment done with replacing that housing with different materials and taking measurements with otherwise the same setup.
And it wouldn't be that difficult. It's just look, we keep jumping through all these.
It'd just be awkward.
And they do nothing but deny it.
Yeah, it'd be awkward just because of the swapping the bits out, but it'd be a nice one to have on hand for the but situations.
But the thing is, we keep doing all these experiments, and they're supposed to do the experiments for themselves. That's what they all say. Is
Oh no, it's not so much for them. It's more for my curiosity as to.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's fine.
Does it have any effect because they're slightly different masses? You see what I mean?
Oh, I'm sure it would have a slight effect that you would have to account for if you're getting, enough degrees of accuracy.
You could of course just build the case so that you could put panels of different materials in there to show that it's not the electrostatic.
Yep.
Yeah,
but then we get the electrostatic draft.
Or you could use all materials that aren't affected by electrostatic forces, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Spoiler alert.
Right, yeah.
I have a set of aluminum panels to replace the wooden panels anytime I feel like it.
Fantastic.
Oh, there you go.
I love that. Well done.
So yeah, that can be and will be done at some point. And the aluminum panels have another advantage. They're only 1/8 of an inch thick, where those wooden panels are 3/4 of an inch.
Ah.
So I can get the big balls 5/8 of an inch closer to the little ones just by swapping out those panels.
Nice.
For now, I'm gonna stick with the traditional Cavendish method. I do think though I may need to rethink my toilet paper.
Maybe just a little bit. I also like how they all try and attack, where Cavendish did it or whatever. Who cares about how Cavendish did it? We've replicated it since then. You're doing it right now. Why not talk about your experiment? Oh, because they have nothing against that.
Because it debunks their other claims where they say we can't use gravity for anything. But I work in a simple field and we use that formula for fucking everything.
Jason has also previously claimed that you cannot do the Cavendish experiment without using the exact masses that Cavendish did, because other masses don't provide sufficient curvature to space-time, and Cavendish knew this.
What if you used larger masses, though?
No. The bit where Cavendish would have had to know about space-time.
Right, yeah.
To formulate that.
So apparently you need to use a torsion balance that is strong enough to support two 250-pound lead balls.
God almighty. I don't even want to think about that monster. But, you go back to the earliest vacuum version of this that I'm aware of is one that was done by the National Bureau of Standards. And originally they did it in about 1930, I think, and they repeated it in 1942. Now you can easily get a copy of that. That National Bureau of Standards is our organization. Today it's referred to as NIST.
Yeah, there was a Soviet one done at about the same time in vacuum with crystal masses.
Yeah, and it's quite an impressive read to go through all of the stuff that those guys considered. But in that case, the masses they used were tiny masses compared to what Cavendish used, and very small masses compared to what I'm using. I think their large masses were something on the order of maybe 6 kilograms or something like that.
Yeah, well, Cavendish wanted big static masses because it would give him a good measurement to take.
Yeah.
So it'd minimise the errors that were in the experiment from other factors.
Frankly, I think Cavendish probably outthought himself a little bit when it comes to that, and I'll tell you why. When Reverend Michel came up with this thing to begin with, and that was the guy that thought of it, not Cavendish. He just handed it over to Cavendish. He had originally planned for those large masses to be about 110 pounds.
Yeah.
Well, and Cavendish, for whatever reason, decided in his mind that he wanted to change those out to these 340-pound monsters.
Yeah.
But when you do the math and you check out what's going on, you find out that what he did was, I've got 50-pound lead balls here, and they're 6 inches in diameter. His 350-pound lead balls are 12 inches in diameter. That's all you got to do. Double the diameter of that thing, and you go up in mass by that enormous amount, right? 7 times as much. Unfortunately, you also move the center of mass of that thing out by 3 inches when you do that.
It becomes less easy to determine as well.
Right, and so in fact, what I found out was that Cavendish was dealing with something like 80 nanonewtons of force, where I'm dealing with something like 40 nanonewtons. I use the same size small mass as he used.
Let's have a look. It's quoted on Wikipedia as 1.74 times 10 to the minus 7 newtons total force on the torsion balance.
Point.
So, yeah. So that's, numbers. Sorry, I can't do numbers at the moment. It's 1:30 in the morning.
Oh, yeah, I do. Come to think of it. Is it from Mark? Is that the one? Yeah. Yeah, Mark 10 for 5 pounds. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Please put this towards a very small windsock. Yeah, we should get a windsock, I suppose.
Would they have to be made out of crepe paper?
Oh man, it's so long since I did the maths involved with this.
I was remembering something like about 80 nanonewtons. I may be wrong.
Well, 80 nanonewtons doubled because you've got 2 of them would give you about 1.6 times 10 to the minus 7 newtons. So, yeah.
Okay, all right.
It'd be the force on one end is about 80 nanonewtons then.
Yes, yeah, true. True. You do. I'm sorry. You're right. You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that. It's a nice experiment.
It's a wonderful experiment.
The bit he misses is that the building, the horse barn, as he calls it, was around the apparatus he built, because he built an internal frame, and then the apparatus inside that frame.
Well, I don't know where he gets his information from, but you guys can correct me if I'm wrong about this. Maybe you'll obviously know more about the the customs of England at that point in time than I would. Cavendish certainly was one of the richest men in England. There's no doubt about that. Was he so rich that he built individual horse barns? Because you could only put one horse in that damn thing, if that's what it was.
I have a feeling it was the stabling for a carriage horse.
It might have been.
Where the next size up from a pony and trap. If you see what I mean.
I'm sure I'd read somewhere that he'd converted a former pigsty. But
yeah, well, again, that was something
that would make sense because that would be because the type of building they would build for a pigsty would be, if cleaned out and everything else, would actually be really suitable for putting that equipment in.
There also a pig barn would be eminently convertible into a small stable. You just need to do a little bit of extra walling.
The walling, I've ripped out an old pigsty, and the floor level of the pigsty and the trough for them was this incredibly solid floor. If you ever want to survive an earthquake, stand on that. It ain't moving.
Yeah, any half-trained mason or joiner could have done it. Let alone the sort of people he'd have been able to afford.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
but it's not up to Jason's standards.
Yeah, he was very rich, but he was far from being the richest man in the country.
He was one of the richest scientists.
Yes, because I mean, let's face it, he wasn't even the Duke of Devonshire, was
he? He was the Duke of Devonshire's cousin, by the looks of this.
Yeah.
I mean, on the other hand,
in that family.
Yeah, he was also the grandson of the Duke of Kent, so there was a significant inheritance coming from that side.
So fairly wealthy, but not. I mean, but who cares?
No, he was stinking rich. Yeah. Let's not get anywhere. You know, he's the grandson of two dukes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, how rich do you need to be?
Yeah. I mean, even if he wasn't yeah. I mean, even if he was a poorer noble, he was a rich man. Nobody's debating that he's rich or whatever, but I don't. The arguments that they have for some of these things. Oh well, he wouldn't sit outside because he was rich. What are you talking about? Rich people sat outside all the time.
Especially minor and major nobility in England back then, who used to spend an awful lot of time outside shooting at everything that moved.
Yeah. He did it in good weather as well. You know, if it had been raining that day, he'd have gone, meh, I'll do it tomorrow.
Right.
Notable difference between English nobility and modern North American nobility is that English nobility actually hit the game birds rather than shooting their own lawyers in the face.
Yeah.
Usually.
It was an accident, we swear.
So I just went through and did the math on Jason's big industrial air cleaner thing while y'all were chatting.
Okay.
It moves less air than my paint booth does on a 200,000 ton unit. It's still only 400 cubic feet a minute.
But I mean, it's so expensive and weighs a lot or something. I don't.
It moves more air, but it's over larger areas. So
yeah,
right.
It's probably not quite as expensive as a 6 foot by 5 foot by 4 foot gold plated box full of electronics with a 160 foot gold foil reflector dish in a highly elliptical orbit around the Earth.
Probably not.
Looking at
and
this,
I've played with 3 of them at the same time.
Yeah, looking at this, the site for the Cavendish experiment is listed as just an outbuilding. It's not specified what it is, at least on easily accessible stuff. And yeah, his lawn was largely converted into an astronomical observatory.
I was going to say, I mean, look at the I forget his name, but I can find it in a second. The one noble in Ireland that built the giant ass telescope. I mean, like, yeah, these guys were mad rich and they spent their money, trying to figure things out whether it was because they were bored or whatever. But
well, I mean,
yeah, he doesn't expect a poor man to have the wherewithal to do that in 1797. But I was just curious: is
or the
Jason
time.
a Christian?
Theoretically Christian because it was the 1790s.
But is Jason a Christian?
Jason, I have no idea actually.
Because that Jesus, he was born in a barn. He was born in a horse barn. Just for the record. That's all.
He's inconsistent about it when he's brought religion up.
Yeah, makes all
Big
kinds
shock.
of random slaves in his Discord.
Technically, an ass telescope is actually called a proctoscope, and a giant proctoscope is not something you want to meet. So why a guy would build a giant ass telescope, I don't know.
Nice rebuttal.
But yeah, some of the other stuff he's brought up in discussions, I just don't know where he gets it. He also seems to think that we can't work out the error from diffraction in the Eratosthenes experiment.
Me and him got in an argument on his Discord the other day saying we couldn't calculate how much force it takes on a spring to lift my truck.
Yeah, we can.
But we do that.
What does your truck weigh in kilos roughly?
Oh,
or
shit.
tons? Or tons? Yeah,
right now it's 4.5 tons with everything.
Right,
on
so
it.
it's 4.5 tons. So we multiply that by about 10, and that's how many newtons.
And then divide by 4 because you got 4 springs.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I thought you meant to lift it on a spring, not to.
No,
not to do the suspension.
On top of painting, I do theoretical suspension design for off-road trucks and Harley Davidson and all kinds of shit.
I misunderstood you when you said lift your truck. I thought you meant actually physically pick it up rather than jack the suspension up by a couple of inches.
Just wanted to jack the suspension because it's easy math that if you break it down, goes back to gravity.
Oh. He'd have an absolute heart attack if he found out some of the stuff I did in physics where it was. So pi is 3 for the purpose of this calculation. The force of gravity is 10 for the purpose of this calculation.
Well, I didn't bring it up, but his claim that we can't use theoretical anything for anything, you realize that 90% of your suspension geometry on your daily driven car rotates around theoretical points in space that don't exist?
I've heard that there's an awful lot of theoretical axle points in bits of car that you just don't want to ever look at too closely in case they stop existing.
Well, yeah, but some of us have to.
Yeah.
He also believes that if you put 2 words together, that those 2 words can only mean the 2 things that they mean by when they're separate. So a scientific theory is just a theory in science instead of, a well-established, experimented and.
What we need to do is we need to stop the lay people misusing theory by hitting them with hammers every time they do it.
Don't get him talking about nuclear families then.
Oh God.
We have an issue in that. Sorry, brain fart. Help! Somebody else speak.
Yeah, theories.
So.
No, we need to stop the science communicators misusing it as well, of course.
Yeah.
Science communicators, yes. I think lay people using the layman's theory is fine, as long as it's distinguished the difference between when we're talking about science and when we're not talking science.
The problem is they then get involved in scientific discussions and expect their use of theory to be the one that's being used, not the scientific one.
Yeah, but we shouldn't have to lower everything to their
everyone who says
hold
that's
on,
just
guys,
a theory,
one second, guys.
Once a month.
Yeah,
I think guys, hold on 1 second. Sorry, I think Alan was trying to say something. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not like words can't have more than one meaning. That was what I was after before.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah,
or that
I
they can't have more than one thing that they're called.
Yeah,
lots of words have more than one meaning.
Don't start.
Play.
Alan or Terry.
Bullfrog.
Anyway, y'all have fun. I'm walking home, so I will listen to you guys and talk in a little bit.
All right, later, dog.
Yeah, My white truck decided it was time to take a permanent dirt nap the other day and scatter internal engine bits all over the highway.
Oh, gosh, fun.
Love it.
Oh wow!
You weren't flying over Denver at the time, were you?
No, it had 490,000 miles on that old truck though, so it died. Just a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, she served her purpose, man. She served her purpose.
Oh,
farther than I ever drove anything.
Yeah,
I put
Jason
35,000 miles on a couple of things, but they've always run into problems. Or in one case, been run into by a problem who was driving an SUV at the time.
That happens. That happens.
I showed Jimmy a picture of my new roller skate we're rolling around in, but I ain't got plates on it yet.
Dude, it's about the size of mine, dude.
Some, not as much as I used to. I've been working.
Yeah, those were the good old days, man. Remember when you live streamed that event? That was cool, man.
Oh yeah, that was a blast. I wish I was
Yeah,
still
that was
able
fun.
to do that stuff, but that
Yeah,
takes
that
a
was
lot
good
of money.
times. Yeah.
I'm happy to not be homeless or living in my truck right now. So
It's always a good thing.
Do we have anybody who's been hit by the Texas problem in here at the
My
moment?
aunt, not in him. My aunt got hit bad. They didn't have heat or electricity for 3 days. They had to sleep out in their car.
Ooh, nasty. Because I was looking at it and going, that doesn't seem like normal weather.
No, not for Texas.
it's not for there.
Yeah, Jason brought up the problems that they've had with water processing, and that led to some nightmares on the discussion we were having. Because he started going on about how everyone was saying that there wouldn't be any backups at the water treatment plant, when we're going, there probably were, but they ran out of fuel, or the fuel froze, because diesel doesn't work at 0 degrees Fahrenheit very well.
Oh, don't get Jason started on diesel, please. He has some really screwed thoughts on diesel and how it works like gasoline and some other stupid shit that doesn't apply.
Does Jason believe that airplanes don't use jet fuel? Because I don't know if I've heard him say his opinions on that.
Conversation. No, we've not had that conversation yet.
Oh, we'll have to bring that one up next time he's around.
Please do not bring it up. I don't want to start him off on another rabbit hole.
So I have a
Bad enough
question.
dealing with his current ones.
Does Jason really believe the shit that he spews, or is he trolling, or does he really believe it? What do you guys think?
I think he's that dumb.
He's either the world's best Poe, or he's sincere.
Yeah.
Because he's too consistent with it to just be playing.
Just come
I
join
met
me,
some.
Jimmy.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Crash.
Just come join me and Alan over on his server because he's never there anyway.
I refuse. No,
Yeah.
I refuse to go on his server.
Yeah.
I
You know,
got
I met
banned
some
from the server in
pros.
10 minutes.
I met some pros that you think you actually think they're fucking around, right? You think they're a po, because they say the stupidest shit, and you would think that any normal person wouldn't think like that, but they end up not being pos, and it's kind of disturbing.
I found one of them today on I think Mr. Sensible's video, about landing on Mars. There was a guy in the comments, and the very first comment of his I saw was, "I have proven that Mars is flat, and here's the video." And his icon is a bottle of vodka, and his name was Absolute Flat Earth Vodka. And I thought, this guy's either taking the mickey or serious. Let's go and see which. And
gotta be a po, right?
That's what I thought. But he'd
fucking hope
spammed
so.
the same comment without the link. Just one of 3 comments. Mars is flat, or Mars is proven flat, or something else about it, under so many of the most popular comments that I think he was serious.
So,
and when I went and looked at the video, he'd put hearts on flurf comments underneath them. So I think he was serious, but the video was... It was like he was trying to appeal to hyperactive 5-year-olds with ADHD who had had 3 double espressos and a can of Coke each in the last 30 minutes.
Yes. So what you've got there is you've got one of the fluffs that baits them in and then feeds them to Jokeley and the like.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, isn't this an entertaining alternate idea? Look, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? But look, here's all the evidence that shows it.
Well, you get
And they just gradually feed it and feed it and feed it until they've got them brought into it.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was quite up to the point of providing evidence. It was Comic Sans and bright colours.
Yeah, but no.
Did
any of them provide evidence?
Saturday morning kids cartoon quality.
The next step from that is he links them to a slightly less flashy looking website that's got more and more and more flat Earth proof, as it were.
Have you gone down jasonsnutrition.org citations yet? It's the same thing.
I've not gone near his nutrition.org ones because he's just that's so unbelievably wrong that I can't trust him to use a dictionary to get the word
he
A
told us that
correct.
He told us that a YouTube video from them provided all the citations. A bunch of us went and looked through all the citations that came from themselves.
Yeah, well,
they never explained where they came from. Sorry, walking and trying to hold the button sucks.
He's a terrible, terrible person. He's the worst type of screamy militant vegan.
Yeah.
And not wanting to bring it up as a discussion, but he is an active Holocaust denier.
To slightly switch the conversation, I noticed Blue moved all the circles around.
Yeah, I was going to say, then let's move on.
Moving circles, Blue.
But some of his... Oh, and he's a transphobic idiot.
Yeah.
He's a very dishonest, angry little boy.
He also has problems with single parents and a list of other things. So
he came across as the sort of 12 or 13-year-old who keeps talking and shouting nonsense to avoid anyone else getting a word in edgeways and thinks he's being clever by not letting anyone else talk.
Yeah.
I would also like to apologise to everybody for the points where I lost my temper and tried to shout him down. Not my place.
I only
not
yelled
my
at
place
him
at all.
I only yelled at him when he said he wanted to snap at Alan and smack him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that yell and I fully support it.
I missed hearing that.
He said he wanted to.
Yeah, moved all the circles out of the way. I think we've done about what we can do tonight. You see the effect is very clear.
Yeah.
So I've got material coming in tomorrow, and I've got some work to do to replace these hanger rods and do all that stuff.
Hey, Blue, did you ever find out what torsion wire Cavendish used?
All that I have ever been able to find, Crash, is he calls it a silvered copper wire. My theory is that it was not very pure copper. It was
you have that.
Alloy.
Granddad was going through his metallurgy books, and they used a different standard for their tinned copper wire back in the day, and he was trying to find out what that was.
Yeah, well, they didn't have the electrical methods of purification of copper in those days that we've got now. Our copper is typically always 99.9% pure copper.
There's a good chance that it was one of the military grades that they used for securing things, where the idea where they wanted strength, not purity.
Yeah.
That there's a very good chance that because he'd have had the contacts for that.
It quite likely was hard drawn, which is virtually impossible to find these days.
Oh, yeah.
In wire, anyway. Nobody wants hard drawn copper wire. You'll find hard drawn tubing and stuff like that, but not wire.
There's also the possibility that it was actually effectively gun bronze.
Could have been.
There was a lot of that floating around at that point because of the wars.
All I know is it could not have been what I'm trying to use, because he gives a weight or a linear foot of that wire, and that translates into about a 30 gauge copper wire. And a 30 gauge copper wire will not, absolutely not, support the weight of that balance and those two 1.6 pound lead balls. It cannot do that. That's way beyond the yield strength of the copper. So I don't know. I've sort of given up on that idea. Maybe at some point I'll start looking for bronze material or something like that. I don't know.
But he never gave a stretch for his material at all, did he? I didn't see it anywhere in the paper.
No, he just called it silvered copper, and then he listed a weight in grains per foot, and you can work that back into what the diameter of the wire should have been if it was copper. And when I did all that stuff, I came up with about 30 gauge, more or less. I think actually slightly, well, one side or the other is very close to 30 gauge, what we call 30. So I don't know. Thinking that tungsten might be a good choice. It's just damned expensive, but I think I know somebody that's got some.
Could be good. I wouldn't even know how to go about getting replacement parts for this, so you're doing far better than I am.
It's really awesome to see that, like, at this level.
It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, I've learned a lot of things. Hopefully everybody's picked up a little something along the way here.
Yeah.
Hypothetical thought for the wire. If you hang the bar with the small weights on from 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, like radially spaced wires, so they're all equidistant from the central point and all hanging vertically, would that act as one torsion wire?
Trying to think what that would do. I can't honestly say. I think it would introduce some issues. Because you won't actually be torquing any individual strand that way. Be twisting them around each other.
Well, it's only moving a few degrees, isn't it? So you'd be twisting them the same few degrees, but you'd also be putting them at an angle. So each one would be acting as a pendulum, but radially around the center point. Sorry, tangentially around the center point.
Right. I don't know what that would
do. One possible problem there is that you lose some of the force in basically reshaping all the wires as they twist. The overall shape of it.
You know, which in and of itself isn't necessarily a bad thing. All it has to do is just provide a restoring force. As long as that remains linear.
Yeah, as long as your wires are long enough, you'll be well within the elastic limit. So you're not plastically reshaping the wire. You're using it as a spring.
Sorry, I don't mean reshaping the wires that way. I mean reshaping the configuration of the wires as the wires twist up on each other.
They're not going to touch. If your wires are each 1 centimeter from the center point of that beam, and you rotate the beam 3 degrees, they're moving some fraction of a millimeter. They're not wrapping around each other.
Yeah.
But I think that the force on the pendulum it's going to have something to do with the cosine of the angle through which it's swung, which is not linear. Like it's closer to the 8 inches per mile squared than it is to linear.
Yeah, I I can't visualize it, so I can't make sense of it. Sorry.
I don't think they'll. It would be different. It would throw in a complication.
I don't know. I know that Turquoise Laura in the chat says on to bed.
Yeah, it's getting on for 2:00 over here.
Yeah, that was a few minutes ago. So if you're still listening, thanks for joining. Really appreciate it. I can't imagine how tiny multiple wires would end up having to be, though. I see what this thing needs is, I really need 0.007 of an inch, 1/10 of a millimeter, something like that. That's very, very fine wire to begin with. And then you start breaking it up into even smaller pieces. Wow. I don't know. What people have typically used is either a round wire or a ribbon of some sort. The ribbons tend to be ceramic, I think. I have no idea, and certainly no good way to even contemplate coming up with something like that. I think I'm just sticking with just a regular wire for the torsion element. It's certainly the easiest thing to do, and the thing I understand anyway.
Yeah, your 7th thou is 0.1778 millimeters, which is just under half the thickness of the thinnest brass wire I have here.
Well, and there's the other thing that you're trying to reproduce this as closely as is reasonable to Cavendish, and he went on one wire.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I just saw that. Judy, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. €7 for your example of patience tonight. I don't think I was very patient. I was getting pretty aggravated with Jason.
Oh, no. You had plenty of patience. I'd have kicked him about the second time he used the R word.
Yeah, I'd say, Blue, I'd say you had some good patience tonight. I mean, I've seen you a lot more patient before, but yeah, you had patience.
I was just gonna say I laugh because he always comes in and he's like, "Let's not do any name calling," and the first thing he does is start calling people names and stuff.
Oh
yeah, I mean, we weren't even, we all can call each other names and insult. Like, I can insult just as good as anybody else, but we were just trying to be cordial.
Yeah,
Jimmy, I challenge you, good sir.
Say it again, Crash.
Said I challenge you, good sir. I think I can insult more than you.
No, not in. Yeah, well, just I can insult just like anybody else.
Oh, don't worry. He has missed so many cases where I've said something to him that is actually insulting, but he doesn't get it because he doesn't understand British insults.
Was it you said that something about taking a Mickey?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Like take the piss? Or?
Yeah, it's basically taking the piss.
Okay.
Oh my God! Somebody.
Yeah, well, you guys do have a wonderful, wonderful way with insults. I totally enjoy it. No one in the U.S. has any idea what you've just done when you call them a knob socket. They don't have a clue.
No, so explain. What's a knob socket?
Well, where do you socket your knob when you're when you're doing the act? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quite funny.
Do you get it now, Jimmy?
Yeah. There's a lot of them that I don't know. The like the Mickey one.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Somebody told him to take a piss in his own server the other day, and he thought they wanted him to drink piss.
I wouldn't put it past him. Oh, that's another one. That's another one of his quirks. He's one of these people who thinks that he can alkalinize his body with a vegan diet.
Yeah, that is just insane.
I have pointed out to him that if he turned his blood as alkaline as he was saying he wanted to, he'd die on the spot.
Somehow, if you're a vegan, your stomach isn't acidic, even though that doesn't make any sense.
His thing is, doesn't matter if you eat anything, you're going to get worms, and you have to be able to kill the.
A slight thing with the immediately after you've eaten, a vegan diet does actually have your stomach be a different acidity to if you're on a mixed diet or a mostly meat diet, but that's because your stomach hasn't yet balanced itself.
Sure, the acidity will change, but it's still going to be acidic.
Oh yeah, it's still digesting stuff, so it hasn't gone back to the balance value of about 2 pH.
Yeah.
This is another one of those things where the layman's term and the scientific term aren't the same thing, isn't it? Because in layman's term, the stomach is sort of the abdomen. It's everything below the ribs, or it's the entire digestive tract. But scientifically, it's that one bag on the way down the digestive tract with sphincters at the top and bottom before you get to the small intestine, which is full of 0.15 molar hydrochloric acid.
Yes, and sits, depending on various body functions, between 1.5 and 2. pH 1.5 and 2.5 as its default position, depending on a few factors about your genetics and stuff.
Well, he could try to turn it alkaline by eating, some big lumps of solid sodium. But I want to be filming it from 10 meters away if he does.
I have actually managed to turn my stomach contents alkaline because I was very ill with something.
Oh.
I threw up for 2 weeks.
Oh.
Because my stomach was going, nope, get rid of this, get rid of me.
I think you've actually beaten my record. My record was
and there was
just about 1 week, or maybe up to 10 days. I'm not sure exactly. It started at the north side of Syria, and I was on the Red Sea before it finished.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, you got another super chat.
Yeah, another super chat from John Rep for $2 Australian. Or an electrostatic hydrodynamic disruptor. Thank you.
The thing is,
and let's all not forget that he said that planes fly through water.
I would be willing.
Oh, hold on, you guys got a better one. Earlier today, he told me and Alan that in the Cavendish experiment, you had to calculate the boundary layer on the spheres.
Yeah.
Yes. Despite being able to do it in a flaming vacuum.
Well, that's interesting. I wonder where he picked up the term boundary layer, or if he has any idea what that means.
He couldn't give me
a
definition.
He's previously been sufficiently close to it for somebody who's not physics trained.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, this is the guy who thinks that water in the atmosphere is enough to reduce how far electromagnetic radiation at 3 gigahertz can travel through the atmosphere.
I have to say, if you've got a dirty great cloud sat in the way, it might cause a bit of scattering to it.
Cloud isn't vapor, though, is it? It's droplets.
Well,
it's droplets.
Yeah.
Yes, I admit, cloud is actually really good at giving you returns at 3 gigahertz, which is why we also had a radar at 1.5 gigahertz. Even so, we had enough power that we could transmit through a fair bit of cloud and still get returns from aircraft at 450 kilometers. But of course, those aircraft, because the bottom was tilted up a little bit, those aircraft had to be at over 62,000 feet, I think it was.
I've heard him say some crazy stuff, Alan. He said we can't manipulate the air in a boundary layer on an aircraft or anything else for that matter. So he's got some really crazy shit going on in his head.
Oh, he's also claimed that light won't go on infinitely. If there's nothing in the way, it just stops, apparently.
NASA's done quite a bit of research on doing exactly that, manipulating the thickness of the boundary layer. Using porous skin material. to literally suck the boundary layer away from it.
Yeah. With this electrostatic hydrodynamic thing, if he'd actually accept the correction that what he's looking for there is fluid dynamics, I might actually be willing to sit and discuss it with him. Because you can get a charge build-up around something from airflow.
Hey, absolutely.
But,
you can have really good fun with that.
It should be the same sign on the two balls. Because they're both the same material, they've both got the same airflow.
Well, and he was saying that they were both positive.
And they're electrically tied together.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, he misses that you can mutually earth the two.
They have been. Yeah, they have a common earthing system.
Yeah. But even if they weren't Earth, I mean, and even he said that they would both be positive, then they should repel, not attract.
Exactly. That's what will happen.
Yes.
That's exactly what
he has in previous discussions claimed that one would be positive, one would be negative.
Oh, that's impossible. They both
because one of the balls would rip the electrons away from the other one.
I think he was trying to say that today as well. He was saying that they have to be different sizes so that one of them can steal the positive and the negative charge from the other. I think was what he said.
That's his claim, is that the larger mass will pull the electrons from the smaller mass, thus creating a travel of charge and some weird, crazy shit.
Oh, is that where he suddenly got his magnetic field?
Yes.
Yes.
And then I argued with him that I would love for that to be true because I could create one hell of a generator based on that theory.
I mean, if he could create an electrical field, he naturally creates a magnetic field as well because the two are tied together.
Yeah. All I'm going to say is,
that's
Jason.
the headache.
Yeah, Jason, if you're listening or if you watch this back later, I wait patiently to read your white paper on all this because I'd love to learn more about it.
Oh yeah, if any of the stuff he says is correct, he could win literally millions and millions of pounds in funding and prizes.
Yeah. Of course, I'm not going to hold my breath waiting because I enjoy breathing and living. But
wait a minute, have you guys haven't been on his Discord? He's lucky if he can type 2 coherent sentences without misspelling stuff. It would take scientists decades to decipher his paper.
Oh yeah,
I got bored.
If anybody's seen some of his stuff on Planet Walk, he just misspells some things interestingly on there as well, and I think he's starting to do it deliberately.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, as somebody who is to a degree dyslexic and has the biggest problem with spelling, I can kind of feel for that. But you know, let's face it, Discord's got a spell checker.
So does his cell phone.
Yeah, YouTube has a spell checker. Well, at least, sorry. No, my browser has a spell checker, I guess, when I'm typing.
Well, the YouTube live chat does too. It's not the best one, but it does have one.
You know, so there is no excuse. Okay, you might have to slow down a little bit and you know, actually check to see if there's any little red squiggly lines under words you've typed.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind if it was minor spelling errors, but it's continuous, the same ones, even when it's been corrected, and some of them are developing worse and worse and worse and worse, and aren't even attempts at the right word anymore.
Yeah, that's
especially when he's talking about some of the experiment stuff. He'd got Eratosthenes down to something about irritables.
Yeah. He says he types in all caps and misspells things so that we read and pay attention to what he has to say.
Even though it makes it more difficult to read and understand what he's saying. But yeah, sure, whatever.
It's one of the things I tried to explain to him at the start when he joined Plan Walk Serve, that one of the reasons I wanted him to stop typing in all caps was because it's easier if we've got anybody who's got any reading difficulties.
Yeah.
It's far easier on people if it's in a relatively standard capital letter, lowercase letter distribution.
Yeah.
And he doesn't believe in punctuation.
And it's just, and he writes so much that, you know, it's just a giant block that you look at it and you're like, God, do I even want to attempt this? The answer is no, you don't.
I still want to know where he got the idea that aeroplanes have cylindrical wings.
That's an interesting question.
I can tell you where he got that. I can tell you exactly where he got it. He got it from a NASA aerodynamic paper from the 70s talking about leading edge shapes and misconstrued that into being the entire shape of the wing.
Because the leading edge section is in fact the cross section of a cylinder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of.
It was.
Oh no! For the purposes of what they were modeling, it was close enough.
He actually sent me the link to that paper, and it's all about frontal area and cross section width, and its effects on aerodynamic efficiency, and has nothing to do with the actual shape of the fucking wing.
I mean, let me see if I can find it.
You can build an aircraft with. Well, propellers are basically just wings turned on their side and spun very quickly.
Yeah, the paper is on. Oh damn it! It was on frontal area efficiency of something, and different shapes and step ledges and how they affected aerodynamic. Big thing he got out affected the boundary layer.
I remember a thing about this with glider construction where they'd built a glider that had such smooth skin that the boundary layer was peeling away from it and creating a ridge of very nearly vacuum across the upper surface of the wing. They had to deliberately add a piece of plastic with a zigzag back edge just to break that up, because making it less smooth gave it a smoother boundary layer and made it more efficient, which I thought was showing off, really.
You need it to be sticky, effectively.
Yeah, I was going to say you can.
Otherwise, it curls up on itself and separates.
There you go. I found a plane with some cylinder wings.
Yeah,
You actually see those tabs on jetliners.
Is this that weird thing with a cylinder going end first as a wing? Or...
No.
The cylinders rotate.
Yeah, they use the Magnus effect to keep it in the air. But I mean, it's yes, yeah.
Yeah, the shape of that leading edge has a lot to do with determining the critical angle of attack of the wing too.
I've seen weirder looking planes. I'll put it that way.
I saw a guy make an RC airplane out of two KFC chicken buckets and make it.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that was Flight Test. Was that Flight Test or Peter Skipple?
I think it was Peter.
Or was it Peter on Flight Test?
I have to ask, Blue, do you often have people come on and debate like this?
No, I don't. No, not at all.
Blue's smarter than that.
Well, the thing with Jason is me and Alan were poking him when you went live, and then he tried to tell us that you couldn't ground the entire Cavendish thing, and Alan sent him a link.
To the YouTube.
Well, I would like to see someone come on and actually debate the Cavendish in an intelligent way. But hell, there ain't nothing. There was nothing to that conversation except aggravation.
There are some reservations that I had about the Cavendish experiment when I first ran into it. 14 or so, when it was mentioned in our physics textbooks, and we did the basic version of it on the table with drafts and everything, because it was just meant to show us the principle of this is what the experiment looks like, this is how it does it. Yes, the results are going to be rubbish because we're not doing it under good conditions, but here is the theory of this is what it does.
That's Jason's other big thing, is you can't have a margin of error in anything.
Right, even though that's part of science, is calculating your margin of error. But I was also going to say, like, You know, that was another thing that I was trying to bring up is there's a difference between a demonstration of a previous experiment and the actual experiment itself. We can demonstrate, Cavendish or other experiments in a classroom under unideal circumstances and be like, all right, obviously we'd want to control these other factors that we're not controlling here. It just kind of shows, it's not going to give you the perfect answer, but it shows how it works. And then there's doing the actual thing, and he thinks that they're the exact same thing, that just because it's done in a classroom under unideal circumstances, that it's not done with better controls anywhere else, ever.
Yeah, and like I say, I've draft proofed an entire physics lab before. It's hard work, but it's doable.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and then he tried to say my paint booth was, it is controlled, but I have way more air flowing than the fucking classroom does.
Well, you'd want to, because you want to get the excess moved away so it doesn't settle.
Well, I mean, classrooms have hurricane force winds blowing through them, apparently.
Some of the mobile classrooms that you find in some of the, especially primary schools in places like Norfolk, they do have bloody hurricanes flowing through them in the middle of winter.
Yes, but we don't do the Cavendish experiment in the porter cabin.
True.
We'll do it in the sports hall, or we'll do it in the main drama rooms where it's a big theatre stage in the middle of the building.
And you mean we can't do Cavendish in a Portaloo?
It's a little awkward to sight on both ends of the torsion beam to make sure that it's, reasonably even. I mean, they've done it in something the size of my washing machine. Remember?
One thing I'm 100% certain of is that I have environmentally controlled this Cavendish much better than Cavendish was able to control his. I can maintain the temperature in here plus or minus 1 or 2 degrees C without any problem at all.
You've got access to much better insulation materials.
Yeah. And the airflow out here in the garage, even though I've got a window air conditioning system that I put in years ago just so it'd be comfortable for me in the summertime when I was woodworking. But it does.
But apparently it doesn't.
It doesn't create enough draft direction that it blows. It doesn't blow on the Cavendish enclosure.
Right.
And you can see, I mean, it cycles. It's not running right now. I can turn it on and we'll see what happens through my toilet paper hanging up there. In fact, it might be interesting to find out.
I'm going to tell on a whim and say not much.
That's the big thing. He doesn't seem to understand we can things off.
It's not having any effect on the position of the torsion balance, whether it's running or not running. It doesn't move. The thing doesn't move. So all it tells me is that even though it may have a little bit of airflow around it, as long as I'm not changing the temperature of it, I'm not getting any convective air currents going on inside the enclosure. And that's the thing you're really trying to avoid.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember whose experiment it was. Because it was one where the whole experiment had been built into a Perspex box that he was going, no, that doesn't work.
It was oh shit, damn it,
BM Furball.
BM Furball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, I just say I like John Rapp's comment. A Portaloo would definitely introduce a hydrodynamic effect.
Yeah.
I do definitely think he's one of these people that gets hold of one concept and then nothing else can penetrate his mind to that's even close to that one concept.
So
with the hydrodynamics, aerodynamics thing.
On his flat Earth side of things, he's obsessed with this boundary layer and how we should have one on Earth based on. I don't have a fucking clue, but yeah, he's obsessed with that.
I'm sorry. What's the medium that the Earth as a whole is moving through that's meant to create this boundary layer?
I don't know. I'm not him. I'm just saying that's been his hang-up the last 2
I was hoping he'd have mentioned it because
the ether probably. I was gonna ask because when you're saying boundary layer, what specifically are you talking about?
His whole idea is based on the like air movement around a wing, the boundary layer that forms when that wing.
Oh,
yeah, laminar flow.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And then he tried to argue with me saying we couldn't manipulate that, but I'm in a field where I do that a lot.
Wait, we can't manipulate that? But
according to him, no, we cannot manipulate the boundary layer. It's an effect of purely based on the shape, and we have no control over it.
I manipulated the boundary layer on things since I was about 4 when I built a kite.
I was going to say you better start telling a lot of scientists that they're not allowed to do things that they've been doing for a very long time.
Seriously though, I had a section on the kite I built as a child that basically used duct tape to roughen the surface of one section of the kite so that it would tip up properly.
Or people who make paper airplanes, or boats.
I have to say, I didn't know what I was doing because I was following the instructions I was being given, but I was manipulating the boundary layer by using the tape.
Right.
Yeah, that's his thing. It's according to him that all similar rounded shapes would have the same exact boundary layer. That's what he went through with us earlier. Is that a hexagon, a triangle, and a sphere all have the exact same shape boundary layer?
Wait, what?
No.
Yes.
I mean, for a second there, I thought you were going to go with all spheres have the same boundary layer, which isn't even necessarily true. But
yeah.
He tried to tell us you couldn't do Cavendish with any other shape because it would build the same boundary layer, whether it was a pyramid, a hexagon, a prism, or whatever.
I think thinking back about it now, I think I spotted a minor error that somebody put, might have been Newcastle. It was the surfaces that would cause disruption. Actually, it's the vertices that you've got to look out for. That's where the disruption to any laminar flow would occur.
Okay, well, I misspoke, but he had me pissed off earlier.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure it was just like, it's that easy sort of mistake to make when you're typing stuff out off the top of your head, being really quick.
Yeah, there's also some way you've got surfaces interfacing, but yeah, that I suppose is vertices, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the corners, not the flat bits.
Yeah, yeah. You knew what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew. Of course, I knew what you meant, Pete. Pete Shea's a Jesuit priest, but
yeah, I haven't changed my nickname in here. Over on Jason's server, I'm more bacon, please.
Yeah, I know you are.
Yeah, his meat thing makes my head hurt. He can't get the difference between there are 7 billion infections with parasitic worms and there are 7 billion people who have infections from worms. Never mind the fact that the average person in some areas of India has up to 20 different infections at a time. Not counting multiple infections with the same species.
He's worse than cherry picking some of this stuff though, because he reads something that fits with his narrative and forgets everything else and just focuses on that and some really screwed numbers.
He doesn't even need it to fit with his narrative.
Yeah,
he just needs it to have the same keywords as he's using.
Yeah, he's posted articles and stuff where the article directly disagrees with what he's saying, but there's a sentence in there that can kind of be twisted to what he's saying. So,
and he outright ignores and misrepresents almost everything that I've said to him. Like with the generators in Texas, where I went, yes, of course they had backups. They weren't meant to run for that long. They will have failed due to a lack of fuel. I hadn't considered the fuel effectively solidifying because it's 0 Fahrenheit, because it hadn't crossed my mind. I hadn't even thought that the fuel might have gone, no, I don't fancy going through the pump today. It's too cold. I just worked on they'll have 1 or 2 days backup because they can expect a tanker to come around in that time normally. But there's too much snow.
Yeah, I mean, the Texas thing, this is an event of equivalent severity to being hit by a Category 5 hurricane.
Yeah, it's one of the things that they now need to take into account for future planning.
Yeah.
Even if it's only move the generators indoors, store more fuel.
Well, here's the thing with Texas. Most of them guys disconnect the heaters in their trucks when they have an issue instead of fixing it because they don't normally get cold temperatures.
Yeah.
So the odds of the water treatment plant having heaters for their...
Oh, yeah. But, what is it? The average winter low temperature in Texas is 36 degrees. It reached 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's freedom units.
Yes. I did have to ask him at one point what units he was using because he wasn't being clear about it. And his response back was, I'm talking about Texas. What do you think? That's not helpful, Jason. I'm checking to make sure that we're both referencing the same temperature when we say 0. Because that's 5 different temperatures to me. Because I've done chemistry and physics.
Here's another fun one. If you ask him to give him if you ask him to give you a measurement in degrees, he'll try and argue with you that there's a difference between 10 degrees on my circle versus.
Yeah, but just on temperature bases. I've worked with 5 different temperature scales.
I didn't know there was 5.
Effectively, Celsius, Fahrenheit, Kelvin. One that's similar to Kelvin but works from absolute 0 up in degrees that are the same size as Fahrenheit, and then there's a really weird one that goes the wrong way. Yeah, I think it's Rankine, and I also once worked with degrees in Roma.
Oh, okay, interesting.
In what?
Because I needed to convert an old textbook for what I was working on, because it was the only one we had that referenced the experiment that we wanted to do.
Don't know. I certainly will if I find it. What do I do?
It's the John Rapp one. He's read it. Was it? Yeah.
I'll read it again. John Rapp for $2 Australian for an electrostatic hydrodynamic disruptor. And I obviously need to get a turbo encabulator to go along with it. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. You guys continue.
Yeah. The thing is though, when he went, it's an electrostatic effect. The first time we went, we can test for that. We can isolate that. We can check it for that.
No, you can't.
Here's how we would. No, here is how we would do it. Doesn't work.
Yeah, that's all he's got.
What? No, you're saying it's an electrostatic effect from boundary layers from air movement, right? So let's take the air out of the equation. We'll put the entire experiment in a vacuum chamber that's 20 feet across by 20 feet across by 20 feet tall, and evacuate the damn thing down to 10 to the minus 17 tall.
Well, don't you know he thinks all scientific experiments have to be done in a vacuum chamber?
Yeah.
Which,
I would love to see him do some of the biology experiments we did in a vacuum chamber.
Right. I was going to say, which is going to make certain experiments very interesting, since you need the air.
Yeah. Oh, he has also occasionally said that we need to do an experiment in a vacuum chamber, but then fill the vacuum chamber with various substances.
Right.
Which rather defeats the point of it being a vacuum chamber rather than a hermetically sealed environment. If you want a hermetically sealed environment, we can do that. It's much cheaper than needing a vacuum chamber because we don't need the 10-foot thick concrete wall.
No, you have to suck all the air out and then pump in new air.
Yeah,
different air.
Different air.
Or other gases.
Yeah, I mean, he also probably doesn't understand that the air is mostly nitrogen and not oxygen. So
I've not actually discussed that one with him because I don't want the pain of him going, but we don't actually know. But him going down the same route that Right the Hand did, where we've got no proof of what air is.
Right. Yeah. No. I haven't heard him say one way or the other, but the way that he talks about the air, especially the stuff that he was saying today about it being water, it just leads me to believe that he doesn't understand that there's mostly nitrogen in the air.
I tried to prod him on what phase is the water that's in the air in. Is it drops of liquid water or is it gaseous water vapor?
Or and is most of that even actually water, or is it just that there happens to be both oxygen and hydrogen in the mix that we call the air? Because not all of it is combined into a state of water.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head what the percentage of water vapor is in the air, in standard air.
I was going to say, it's also going to matter how humid it is, obviously.
Oh, yes, but there is such a thing as standard air.
Right.
Oh, no.
About 4%, apparently.
You can't use standards with Jason.
Yeah, but broad estimate. Where is it? I can't even find it now.
John Rapp says it should be an all helium environment.
Oh, he's proposed that. No, he wants us to do an experiment in a 6-mile long, multiple foot wide tube that was filled with helium-3.
What?
He wants us to use a liquid with the minimum known viscosity.
Okay, for?
So that's supercritical helium. He wanted to demonstrate the curve of the Earth, or lack of curve of the Earth, by building this 6-mile long tunnel, leveling it by partially filling it with water, draining it, putting various mixtures of gases into it, and then putting water into it and measuring the deviation from the level we'd established when we built the thing to determine if there's a curve to the Earth.
Wait, but the level that you built it with would already be like just because you filled it with a different air wouldn't change. Oh, that hurts my head.
Yes.
When we pointed out to him that if he's doing this, he needs to take into account how much the tube would expand and move as he cools it to the minus many degrees that you need in order to have supercritical helium as a liquid. He went, well, we'll just build it thicker so that it doesn't expand or contract.
Yes, because with Jason, you can have no margin of error or movement in your experiment, or it's not scientific.
We calculated, assuming that it was standard stainless steel, how much your 6-mile long tube would change if you cooled it between standard temperature and pressure and I think it's about 2 or 3 degrees Kelvin that you need.
look forward to seeing more.
I love this experiment.
Yeah.
It's a much better version than the one we saw at, like I say, when I was doing secondary school physics, because it didn't need to be at that point. It's better than the one I briefly touched when I was at university, because I went to do chemistry, but it got covered in our optional astronomy course that we did as an extra credits thing, because it's the how do you calculate G. Well, this is the experiment that it was done with initially. You lot won't ever touch this again, but it's important you know the history of it.
All Cavendish is at this point, for the most part, is here's the history of it. We have other ways of calculating it now. But I mean, flat earthers are stuck on things that happened hundreds or thousands of years ago instead of, modern ways of doing stuff.
Oh, yes, most definitely. They have no concept ways of doing anything.
But
he's also got issues with the Bedford level, but that's a different matter entirely.
We all have fun. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
I just got home, so I'm going to take care of the
Later,
dogs,
donkey.
make me a sandwich, and go to bed.
Yeah. Terry, fix the stream
all the-
audio, please.
Yeah, I did. I had to do a couple of things. I had to put it back on again.
Okay.
Terry,
I
I
was going to
apologize.
say,
Sorry, Alan.
I really need to get my son-in-law to drive me over to the levels, because then we can throw a few flags on sticks on floats in one of the drains and reproduce good old Wallace's experiment.
But he doesn't accept Wallace's experiment because it wasn't done 8 inches from the water in an unknown temperature with unknown humidity.
Exactly. That's why you don't. That's why you don't. That's why you do Wallace, not bloody robot.
I mean, you can do the Robotham one, but you need to pick your day very carefully so that you've got as close to zero refraction as possible along the length you're working with.
Yeah, and I'm going to be really lucky if I can even get Nathan to have me over there. Let alone faff about waiting for the perfect conditions. And anyway, I'm not getting in that bloody water. That bloody water's going to be bloody freezing.
Terry, I just wanted, before I jumped off here, just want to apologize for cussing on your stream earlier at Jason. Sorry about that.
It's not
Oh,
too
that's
bad,
on
'cause
that's
it's
on
my-
Alan's channel, so it's a double,
It's on my channel
and it's
anyway, mate.
it's going through Blue's channel, so.
If only I was really in a position to say the things to Jason that I want to say to him.
Yeah.
But I have to maintain a small amount of professionalism when I'm on Plan Walk server, and it would be deeply, deeply inappropriate for me to open up on here, at least without permission.
Yeah. Well, you're always welcome to come over onto one of my streams and bitch about Jason.
Well, you're technically on one of your streams, sort of.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when it's streaming on my server, I have very few limits on what's allowed, cutscene wise.
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's just I know that Blue tends to try and remain polite about.
Well, so do I on my streams too. I like people to be polite.
Yeah.
I work with that, but if I'm on one where he's opening up, if I'm on one where he's opening up properly and going for it, I'm quite happy to open up back to him. We'll get nothing productive done, but I've got a bigger vocabulary than he has when it comes to swearing at people.
Yeah.
So I'd win that one.
Yeah, I was going to say I've been cussed at by experts, so Call me what the hell you like. It's just going to roll off me.
Back when I was in Scouts, my group scout leader was ex-military. I once or twice was on the receiving end of his full vocabulary, which was quite impressive to a 13-year-old.
Yeah, I did it for real, didn't I? So that, I have been cussed at by experts.
Yeah.
It's when they make your it's when they make your bed disappear at high speed out the bloody window.
Oh, I don't know whether you saw the Bad Lads series that was on TV ages back, where they're basically recreating 1950s military service with a bunch of not quite teenage criminals. Oh, it was hilarious with well, I'm not going to tip over your bed. You're going to tip over every bed in this barracks. Go on, get on with it. Not like that. Do it properly.
Yeah, I mean, we had DIs who could tip your bed side down with one hand by grabbing it at the foot end and throwing it up in the air so that it rotated around the long axis.
Yep. I've seen that on the show. I'd love to see that in person.
Yeah, because the other problem that has is it doesn't half bugger up the shiny floor that you've spent hours polishing.
Well, that's part of the point. You've got to
know.
fix the floor as well.
And
Because
of course,
don't forget, the RSM's doing an inspection in an hour and a half. He doesn't know yet, but he's doing one.
Yeah, and you've got one of those manual floor polishers. You know, the rather large, big chunk of cast iron with a broom handle pinned in it, so that you can swing it from side to side.
Oh yeah, the lump of cast iron with the blanket wrapped around it.
Yeah, with a bit of blanket underneath it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although of course, because this is the MOD, the military, and the RAF had a contract with a company called OCS. The contract, the big contracting company from the 80s. They had a contract to clean every block in the military. So they actually had contract cleaners in our blocks, even though we had to clean everything anyway. But of course, you are dealing with a group of people that come to the military with previously acquired skills, such as picking locks.
Yep.
This means that if that you are able to get the electric buffer.
Yes, but don't ever get caught doing it. Otherwise, you'll be carrying the manual buffer around the drill square for the next week and a half.
Why do you think we're doing it at 2:00 in the bloody morning?
Yep.
I tell you what, it was fun learning to drive one of those. They are. Once you get the hang, they're fine. But bloody hell, first time you get it, it kind of just tries to go flying off to the left and flying off to the right, and then if you're really unlucky, it runs you over because you make it go backwards at you.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully, I never actually got properly into the military. I joined the officer corps at university, but they had too many applicants, so they had to weed us down to the intake number that they were expecting. Looking back at it, I'm glad that I didn't get in. I wouldn't have lasted.
when I left the RAF, when I was talking to, I was talking to somebody shortly before I left the RAF, and mentioned that I was planning on going to university when I left, and I was basically told, "Oh, you must join the OCS at the university." At this point, so I was in the RAF, and I was in the RAF shooting team, and I was talking to the Territorial Army's team coach, and it was like, "Oh, good, join the OCS, then you can come and shoot in our team."
Yeah, that's an idea.
I didn't, but we didn't have. I would have had to have gone all the way over to Cambridge for that, as I would have had to have done for joining the University Air Squadron, because we didn't have enough Norwich, and so yeah, if you wanted to be University Air Squadron, it would have been joining the one based at Cambridge.
If I remember correctly, our local OCS was, well, OTC as it was at that point, was theoretically attached to the Royal Engineers as its parent or sponsoring group, which would have been interesting.
Yeah.
They've got a very nice building.
Royal Engineers are okay, you know. I yeah, one thing I have to understand: Royal Engineers have the best bars. You always want the invite to the Royal Engineer bar.
I learnt some interesting drinking games off of them.
Yeah.
And oh boy, was it fun. My first encounter with good old Cardinal Chunder.
Yeah, well, having been in the Air Cadets before I joined the RAF, I'd already experienced all those drinking games.
Yeah, no. I have to be careful what glasses they're using because my hands are too big to use certain types of glasses for that game. I don't actually have 6 fingers worth of depth on some pint glasses. So I fail every round if they're bringing those ones out. Which makes for a fun evening.
I don't think our Air Cadet Squadron played any drinking games. But some of the girls were having a competition. You know the air experience flights you could get?
Yeah.
As Air Cadets. You get to ride in the refueling tanker and watch through the little window at the back while the fighters are refueling. Well, some of the girls used to have a competition to see who can get off with the most aircrew while they're doing that.
Takes all sorts, I suppose.
We didn't have Air Cadet. We didn't have girls in Air Cadet. Which, in some ways, I think is good because it removes a lot of distraction.
Oh yes, they were very distracting.
You know, because let's be honest, I can't understand. Girls are allowed to join the Scouts. Boys are not allowed to join the Girl Guides.
That's a complicated discussion.
But
we certainly had that argument when they were. No, we had that argument when they were starting to bring girls into the Scouts. We had a few of the lads try to see if they could push the other way, and they were quite firmly told no. That was not going to be considered under any circumstances whatsoever. Which was
my son.
Interesting.
My son worked at an outdoor pursuit centre in North Wales, and he worked for a week with a bunch of Girl Guides, and they made him an honorary member, and they gave him a trefoil badge, and he was walking down the street with his badge on, and some woman started screeching into him because he shouldn't be wearing one. Because only girl guides are allowed to wear those, and you're a boy, so you can't be one of them.
Yeah, because it's completely impossible that a lad might be wearing a Girl Guides badge to support his sister or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's completely impossible.
Yeah, or has done something for some Girl Guide unit that means that they wanted to show him some appreciation.
Well, at one point, we'd done a thing with one of the Girl Guide units near us where we'd effectively swapped negatives for some reason. So we were wearing ones that had the Girl Guide badge on the back point. They were wearing ones that had the Scout badge on the back point because we were doing an integrated thing. There was some sort of competition with capturing people who were wearing your marker going on and in the town. It was complicated, and it was some sort of stalking game, and I don't remember the rules, but
yeah,
we got some odd looks.
Yeah.
We got some odd looks.
Well, guys, looks like we've been at this for 4 hours and 45 minutes now. I'm a little weary at this point. So I think I'm going to end the stream. Of course, everybody is welcome to hang around here in Discord if you wish. Terry is streaming too at the moment?
Yes, Terry is streaming to my channel.
Okay.
Because Terry was a naughty boy again.
Where's he getting the feed from? Is he getting it off of my channel?
He's getting the feed off of the Discord, so that's not a problem.
Okay. Okay. So if I shut down the live stream, you'll still be okay?
Yeah, it won't make any difference at all.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds good. Well, I want to tell everybody that showed up for the evening, thanks very much. Really appreciate it. We've had all kinds of lively discussions through the course of the evening.
By the way, Blue, I'm sorry about taking it to the Holocaust thing. I didn't realize where we were going until it had already started going there.
Yeah, it's not a big. Well, I didn't want to get off onto it because that particular topic infuriates me to the point that I will lose my temper very quickly. And I just didn't want that to happen. So I'm better off not discussing that with those people.
Yep, no, it's very understandable, and I shouldn't have kind of brought it up without checking beforehand.
No, perfectly fine, not a problem. Anyway, to everyone out in the chat, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll start doing this several times a week anyway, just for fun. Good, it's a good place to hang out usually, unless what's his name shows up.
Yeah, no, Blue was it was good. It was good fun, man. Thank you.
Yeah. But you guys continue as long as you wish, and as I say, I'm going to shut the live stream down now.
Is it worth putting the Discord link out again if anyone wants to come across?
Oh yeah, I couldn't I?
Blue, do you have any mods in here?
Huh?
Do you have any mods in here?
I don't know. I have to look.
And just in case somebody comes in, that be modded. I don't know if Terry's gonna be here for a while because I'm gonna be leaving shortly. I'll be back in like at least 10 minutes.
I don't seem to have any mods. Let's see. Well, Terry should be a mod now. Okay.
Cool.
So, and I'll stick Alan in as a mod too. So yeah, now you got a couple of mods in here. That should work. All right. So that we're shutting the stream down. I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care, Blue.
Thanks, Blue.
Good night, Blue.
Yeah. Good night and good luck. And nice
And
and
we're out. Yeah.
Yeah, night, Blue.
Kind of weird that it's 2021 now. Towards the end of last year, I was expecting Bo, the fifth column, to stop ending videos with "It's just a thought, you'll have a nice day," and replace that with "Good night and good luck."
I can't believe that Jason made me actually do the calculation as to how many bodies you can fit in a square mile once.
Oh, I've had to do similar calculations for how many golf courses it would take to bury all the dead from Drumpf having fucked up dealing with COVID so badly.
No.
It's a lot more golf courses than he owns.
But it turns out if you lay people shoulder to shoulder, head to toe, you can fit 1.5 million normal sized bodies into a square mile in a layer 1 deep. Which is a terrifying thought, really.
Yeah. I forget what numbers I worked out. I think maybe it was 17 golf courses you'd need. But that was assuming coffins tessellated, alternating head and tail way around.
Yeah, oh no, this was just putting bodies in, heads touching feet, shoulder to shoulder, working on the assumption that a body's 6 foot by 3 foot.
Oh, you're in America. You have wide bodies there. Yes.
No, I'm in Britain, but 3 foot's reasonable because it covers elbows being splayed out a little as they land.
Yeah, you could always take the slave ship approach and lie them on their sides, just spooning.
That would have calculated that would have complicated my numbers.
Well,
I just wanted a ballpark figure so I could go, it's not actually that much ground.
No, you said a square mile, not a ballpark.
Yeah,
ha. Oh, we're going to have fun with you.
Yeah. Yeah. I've just stuck a map in the Discord chat. Text.
Yep.
It's the Somme battlefield. The big squares are 1,000 yards with the letters in. They're then divided up into 6 or 36 smaller squares, and each of those smaller squares is divided into 4. And in each of those squares is a inked in number. that inked-in number is the number of bodies that were recovered from that square.
Yeah, that looks
And there
like
are
familiar numbers.
And there are, you know, high hundreds in many squares.
S5 bottom right corner has 829.
So those are
I believe
250
there's
foot
one with
squares.
over 900.
Those would be 250 foot squares.
Hang on, there. They're 83.3 yards square.
Yeah, that's.
They're 83.3 yards on each edge.
Yeah, 250 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
So yeah, if you have 800 in there, that's 78 square feet per body.
That sounds like quite a lot of elbow room. 78 square feet.
You could fart without getting slapped, at least. Of course, it being the Somme, some of those bodies probably did cover 78 square feet, just not very deeply.
Yes. There were many people became geography.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. Don't really want to be concentrating on the morbid subjects, but you know, I just wanted to put that there as a reminder of how awful people can be to each other.
Yeah. I honestly don't know where Jason gets some of his ideas from. And some of the other ones are just distortions of things I vaguely recognise. But it is just painful to work with. But hey, anyone got a happier topic?
My grandson's my third grandchild is due in 10 days.
That's good.
A third one already? You just got the second one.
Yeah, I know. My children have been busy. Yeah, I mean, literally like 1 year, 1 month, and 1 day to go from no grandchildren to 3 of them.
Yeah, you gotta do something during lockdown.
Oh, at least you've got a nice wide area to lose them in down there in the fens.
I'm in the Broads, not the fens.
Oh, in the Broads. Okay. If they get up to you, you've got plenty of places to hide them where nobody will ever notice.
Yeah, well, my daughter lives in one of the suburbs of Norwich, and she's the one that's due in 10 days with her second one, and my son and his partner live in Newcastle, so it's going to be difficult to go and visit them.
Well, that was a mistake.
What, living in Newcastle?
Living in Newcastle, it's just a mistake. Generally.
Yeah, his partner's from up that part of the world, so you know.
Okay, it's forgivable at that point.
And I'm pretty sure he's actually glad he's no longer living in Norfolk.
Reminds me though, I do like the idea of you redoing the Wallace experiment with the floats. There's a couple of minor things with making sure they don't tip over that I'd suggest, but beyond that, great idea.
Yeah, well, like I said in Planet Walks. Yeah, pick a day that's not windy.
Oh, and it'll certainly help.
Yeah, and careful careful addition of a nice heavy keel under the float helps as well.
Yeah. I have to admit, I don't know how deep the Old Bedford River being a relative term is, because I've not been down there to look at it ever.
Yeah,
but
well,
I'd assume you've got enough draft to be able to get something to work.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that actually what I think is the old I don't know if it's the old Bedford River or the new Bedford River. But it's 100 foot bank. Well, 100 foot bank is about 40 feet above the surrounding geography on a very on a very nicely made embankment.
Yeah. That sounds like you've got plenty of draft there then.
Yeah. And of course, technically, of course, they're cuts is what they are.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I couldn't find the technical term because it's not quite a canal because it's not got the artificial sides and the locks.
Yeah, and they're cuts. I mean, we actually have one between the river in Yarmouth and the river in Lowestoft, and I forget the names. And it's actually literally called New Cut.
Yeah. I can't believe he was arguing so hard about it's not a river, it's not a river, it's not a river, when it's just, okay, I used the river in the same way that I would use the ocean when talking about what I can see from New York when I'm facing east.
Yeah.
Yeah, both would be lowercase. Both would be lowercase. I can see the ocean.
Yeah, and when I go into town on the bus and go down to the seafront, I can see the sea, lowercase s.
Yep, which would technically be the North Sea, which is a branch of the Atlantic. Because it's still the North Sea at that point because it hasn't quite curled round to be the arm of the channel.
I'm not quite sure where the channel actually ends at the north end.
It's
a bit vague.
The Thames estuary is the estimate I've been given.
Yeah, which side? Because of course the Thames estuary is
Kent.
Yeah, is it North? Yeah, there's no North Foreland.
As far as I'm aware, the division is at the Kent side. However, mileage may differ on that, and people may have it a bit further up into East Anglia.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it only matters where it matters.
The Dutch coast is only like 120 miles anyway. So, it's not that, and that's a question. If I go down to Lowestoft and sit on top of the cliff there, where I'm about 20 meters above the sea level, why can't I see the Dutch coast?
Well, because because Holland's underwater. How tall did you say the cliff was?
About 20 meters.
About 20 meters. Cool.
Yeah, should we say between 10 and 20 meters? It's it's sort of it varies a little bit. Really good spot for. It was a really good place to photograph the aircraft at the Lowestoft Air Show before it got cancelled.
It's about 600. Wow. That's got to be wrong. It's reckoning it's about 679 kilometres from the UK to the Netherlands.
No.
By the shortest distance. That's got to be airport to airport.
That's
okay.
Look, if I go to my front door, open my front door and look northeast, it's only 500 miles to Copenhagen.
Yeah, no, they're doing stupid airport to airport things.
600 kilometers would get you to Berlin just about, I think.
Yeah, it looks like they were using one of the Midlands airports to one of the ports in the Netherlands rather than actually what I was asking it. Do it the other way.
About 150k on Google Maps.
Thank you.
Came
That's
from
just what I was
Norfolk.
going to look up.
Might be closer from Margate.
It's close enough. Okay, so anything that's... Yeah, you've got a 15-kilometre horizon if you're 20 metres up, apparently. Which is, not a bad horizon. Oh, that's another one I had an argument with Jason about. There's the clip about the US air pilot who's talking about when they're doing all the flying around on the training missions and how when he's over New Mexico, he can see downtown LA and he can see the Rocky Mountains from New Mexico to the Canadian border. I actually had to sit down with the curve calculator and go, is this plausible? Well, yes. It turns out... I think it's Texas
from
to LA.
SR-71.
Yeah. If you're at the height quoted, 3,600 feet is hidden of LA, given the locations that he mentions.
Yeah.
Bits of LA are 5,000 feet above sea level. So yes, you can damn well see it.
Yeah.
And if you're in the middle of the Rockies chain, you're not looking at where's the ground level, you're looking at where's the bloody mountain.
Yeah.
And people forget this. Or deliberately distort it.
Yeah. Oh, if I go to my closest bit of beach and then look due east, it's 199 kilometers to the Dutch coast.
So you'd have you'd have somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 meters hidden.
Yeah. You can considerably reduce that by going to Nest Point and picking the shortest distance across.
Oh, you're at a distance where 8 inches per square mile is actually a usable estimate. So 8 inches per mile squared is actually a usable estimate because it's close enough to 100 miles.
Yeah.
Which is a weird thing, but it's how the curves do the thing.
Well, yeah, I know. We're all right using 8 inches per mile squared, as long as we're using it over the right distance.
Yeah, at about 100 miles, it's accurate. Beyond that, you start having to go, perhaps let's not.
Yeah, I did calculate. Actually, you can go quite a bit further than that with it. Well, it depends on how much of an error you're willing to accept, of course.
Yes.
Because it's still only sort of 30 or 40 feet at like 300 or 400 miles.
It starts to deteriorate at that point, and it can get quite rapid.
Oh yeah, that's the point where it suddenly where it starts deviating rapidly.
Yeah.
The 8 inches per mile thing it's great for artillery, because when you're giving instructions to the artillery, they're not necessarily all university graduates. And 8 inches per mile squared is kind of easy to work out.
Yeah. Oh,
in your head, under pressure, when you're frozen, starving, and have slept 2 hours in the last week, and when you're firing 155 millimeter artillery shells at a target 20 miles away, well, what's 20 miles there? Square that is
400.
400, multiply 2/3 of which is 100 and some feet. So if you don't take it into account, you're going to miss by 30 feet, and that's a problem. If you do take it into account, well, it's only an approximation. So you're not actually going to hit the target. You're going to drop a 155 millimeter high explosive howitzer shell a few inches off the target,
And don't
which
forget,
is close enough.
And don't forget, you can always walk your fire.
Yeah, that too. Although, yeah, with those things, you don't really need to. It's like instant swimming pool.
Oh yeah, but you know what I mean. I've missed by 500 yards. Adjust it a bit. Adjust it a bit. Right, that's ineffective range. We're starting to get air currents causing the errors
Good
now.
for azimuth, good for elevation, fire for effect.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah, or you have just one mortar, which is going punk, and then you adjust it, and it goes punk.
Then you tell the others.
And you adjust it, and when it hits target, the other 9 make the same adjustments and all fire. And the guys down there think some bugger's firing to us with a mortar. We'll have to deal with him later.
I was also assured of how important it is to learn the difference between please say again and repeat.
Oh yeah.
Just say.
We kept lists of the numbers of times people made mistakes like that. It's always fun to catch an officer out when she's telling you to contact Lima 30. Why would I want to contact them? They're on our side.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, you could have a non-hostile contact.
Oh yes. Contact refugees. Wait out. You'll hear from me again in about 3 hours. In other words.
Yes. So much chance for misunderstanding.
My favorite
so much
message
technical
is still,
jargon.
Hello, Zero. This is Lima 20. From Lima 30, you are wearing a bobble hat and scarf. Over.
Yeah. Hey, it's cool. And I'm technically one of them because I'm watching the studio page. But you know, it's fine. It's watch time, isn't it? The only problem is I'm gonna have to. The only problem is I'm gonna have to open the stream up proper, just so that I can thumbs myself up. Because at the moment, there's 6 likes. I could make it 7. But the annoying thing is that I'm gonna have to go click the link in the Discord server because I didn't get a notification for myself going live.
Scallagram's complained about those. He'd been streaming for half an hour and then he got an email from YouTube saying that he'd gone live.
What?
Yeah, well, you know.
It's a good point. It's 3:20. We should all go away. Good night.
Out of interest, who was it with the very eloquent threat to Jason about beating people up who are in wheelchairs?
Oh,
Because I wasn't looking at the
that was Crashes.
chat. Cool.
That was Crashes.
Because that was one of the most eloquent ways of saying that I've heard in ages.
Yeah, well, you know, the fact that I've got a buggered up spine will, of course, be due to the fact that I eat all that female estrogen, female mammalian estrogen filled meat that I eat.
God, yeah, I've tried pointing out to him that 1 kilo of steak, which is more than enough meat for one person in a day, is like a 20,000th of the estrogen he's producing per day himself anyway.
And what about all the chicken I eat?
I'm not familiar with it.
No.
Oh, he somehow got hung up on this thing that female mammalian estrogen is bad for you, but it's completely different to the estrogen that you naturally produce yourself. And for some reason, he seems to think that it's also found in chickens.
Yeah. And fish.
And fish. Never mind the argument we had about the phytoestrogens that he'll be consuming with the amount of soy he's eating, and how, despite them having tens of thousands less effect than meat does, he's consuming tens of thousands of times as much. So he ought to keep an eye on it if he's worried about that sort of thing. Not that it's biologically active in the same way, but it's still, yeah. It's still complicated, and he should keep an eye on it just in case.
Yeah. And if he's a proper vegan, he shouldn't be wearing leather either.
No. I will admit I do know some vegans who are quite firm on the fact that wearing leather doesn't break their rules because it's a byproduct of the meat industry as it stands and would otherwise be wasted. It is less wasteful to use it than to throw it away.
Yeah.
And I've got some respect for those ones.
And I guess, of course, you could come across a recently dead animal and skin it and tan the hide would not be you might do that where you wouldn't necessarily eat the meat.
Yeah. I've got respect for those vegans because they've at least thought it through. And they're also not the ones that are continually in my face about you've got to stop it, you've got to stop it, you've got to stop it. They're the have you considered having meat 5 times a week instead of every day? Which I could go with if I actually liked entirely plant-based meals. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, I do occasionally have an entirely plant-based meal. I might have a can of might have a can of soup for lunch one day.
Yeah. Oh, but that's the thing. I the only fully vegetable meals I I'm fond of at all are soups, and I can't live on soup.
No.
Due to some ill health I've had in the past, I literally can't live on soup. It ruins my stomach. So I don't try and live on soup because that'd be stupid. Yeah, I was unlucky enough to get a cancer diagnosis when I was 30.
Oh.
And the operation to deal with it didn't go exactly as planned, so I've got some side effects from it, but they're managed. It's just awkward sometimes. I mean,
I was going to say
100% fixed because the NHS were brilliant.
Yeah. The NHS mostly is good, isn't it? It's just like
Yeah, well, they had me in for the first lots of treatment within, I think it was 3 weeks of them diagnosing me. They got me in for radio and chemo, and they then got me booked in for surgery as soon as the chemo and radio would have been effective. Absolutely brilliant. Can't argue with it in the slightest. It was a bit rough, but
but it's going to be a bit that sort of crap happening to you is always going to be a bit rough.
Yeah,
doesn't matter who you are and how much money you've got. Serious illnesses like that are not pleasant.
Yeah, the hospital stay was not the most pleasant one I've ever had, because wards very rarely are.
No.
But I can't argue with anything they did.
Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky. The worst thing I've ever had is gallstones.
Gallstones are not fun.
They're better fun than kidney stones, mind.
I can see that. They're not as pointy, for one thing.
Yeah, they don't come out either.
And I was going to say they come out a slightly different way. Yeah.
Well, no, that's part of the problem with the gallstones is they don't really come out. They just get pushed up and then block the exit from the gallbladder.
Yeah. Oh, but what was the other one?
The only thing is now I can't eat. I can't eat a really big plate of steak and chips anymore.
Because it's just too much of the wrong fat. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
or should I say I couldn't eat 2 steaks?
Well, that's fine. You're only going to be eating like the 20,000th of your estrogen production from external sources.
I have no problem at all eating a cheese sandwich. Thank you very much.
Oh.
I love my cheese sandwiches for lunch.
Like a bit of bread with this cheese. That's fair.
Yeah. And
out of interest, does anybody have any idea where Jason might have picked up his idea that B12 is a bacterium?
No.
Or that bacteria are parasitic worm eggs?
Yeah, I was going to say, and I think worse than the bacteria is that they're then parasitic worm eggs.
Because I think I might have found a reference that he's just completely misunderstood or only read every other word of, that talks about B12 being produced by soil bacteria. But I'm not sure whether that's... He doesn't ever reference or cite anything. It's difficult to know where he got it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really good at making bold claims.
I've even asked him to define what is required for something to be a bacterium. and he gets it completely wrong. Completely. But at least he's willing to admit that these things actually exist, unlike some of the people I've had arguments with. Like Right the Hand and his, if it's too small to see, it doesn't exist.
Now, don't get me going on Right the Hand. After my daughter found out what he'd said about certain things, and after she found out what he'd done with that MMA fighter, she did offer to have a fight with him. Trouble is, I don't think Rosie would have held back. I think she would have ripped his head off and defecated in the stump.
I didn't know he'd had any contact beyond losing very, very badly to the female MMA fighter.
Yeah, she went easy on him, didn't she? She didn't actually hurt him.
I only saw bits of the fight because it was one that somebody had cut in a commentary video on him.
Yeah, I mean, it don't last very long.
Yeah, they were more interested in how he'd got there than the actual fight, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. You know, the fight video isn't that impressive anyway, you know, because she gets him in a headlock and like holds him on the ground and slowly chokes him without actually damaging him.
Probably enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, you know, he's an anti-vaxxer, isn't he?
Oh, that makes it even worse. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because of course viruses don't exist because you can't see them. Duh. Yeah.
Because Right the Hand is a rabid anti-vaxxer, just like Lemon Bird.
I've not encountered Lemon Bird.
Yeah, I see. I don't play well with anti-vaxxers. My oldest son is profoundly autistic. My other son has Asperger's.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm what, 42. So some of my teachers at school were in the generation that polio had been being eliminated when they'd grown up.
Yeah.
So one of them was on a cane because of it. Because he'd got a light touch of it and it only messed him up a bit.
Yeah. One of the boy who was actually his birthday was a week after mine. So he was in my year at school and everything. He had polio. And yeah, that really fucked him up as well. And that's in the 70s. After the vaccine had been around a while, but and at the point where the vaccine was still generally being taken up, but there were still very, very occasional odd cases.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm lucky enough that we missed that.
Yeah, I mean, my parents' generation would have, everybody would have known somebody who'd had polio.
Yeah. It's entirely possible that I was given the sugar cube when I was a kid, but I wouldn't remember it because it would have been given so early.
Yeah.
I don't actually know. I'd have to look at my vaccination records.
Yeah, you. I mean, even when my kids were little, they got the. In fact, they just got the polio straight in the mouth. Yeah, so that was like 3.
Yeah.
So you're not going to remember it either way.
I remember we got some really weird vaccinations. But that was looking at the records later on for have I been covered against this thing, because it's come up as a health concern, and they're wanting to get teenagers or adults who weren't covered initially for it, just to make sure that it doesn't reoccur. And that there were some weird ones on the list.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is that my daughter was a little bit concerned that people who were going to be around my grandson were up to date with their vaccinations.
Yep.
So I inquired, and they actually had me in the surgery to get some top ups.
Yep.
I had, because obviously, at 56, stuff I hadn't had. So last year I went and had my MMR vaccinations.
Yep. Oh, that one's absolutely a vital one.
And don't think we're ever going to find don't think we're ever going to find either a cure or a vaccination for it.
For it. It's half a gram of cyanide. It's not the sort of cure you want, but it'll remove them from the population. I'm joking. I don't actually support. I thought I'd make that clear. I don't actually support giving all the first cyanide.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Well, I mean, as well as my back injury, I've had ME since 1992, and I got it because I suffered from viral pericarditis, and I would not be surprised to see some similar effects going forward with people who have had COVID.
Well, remember that some of the reported side effects from COVID have included all your flu-like temperature things, and the blood flow problems, and the oxygen supply problems.
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible they may have caused some damage because of that, even if the virus didn't actually go and start eating the brain.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I
Be
got,
simplex.
no, I got Bell's palsy, which they believe is some. It's not always, because there's different causes why you get this effect, but I think mine was quite possibly the viral form, which is apparently caused by the same virus as shingles, stroke, chickenpox. Yeah. But yes, having one entire side of your face completely paralyzed is not a lot of fun. I don't know about that. I really don't know. Yeah, well, I was already in plenty of pain and discomfort and all the rest of it. So, yeah, the facial palsy, the paralysis of the entire right side of my face. The one advantage of it was there was no pain involved. It's not painful. It's just like, well, you know, as Chemo put it, has Alan been drinking because he sounds slurred? Because I was doing one of these middle of the night streams at the time, and of course, when one side of your face stops working, yes, chemo does suck. When one side of your face stops working, you do definitely start slurring your words. I don't have a drinking problem. I drink, I get drunk, I fall down, no problem. Oh, I had a drinking problem afterwards. Yeah, because they tell you to use a straw, but the thing is, you can't actually form a seal around the straw with your lips and then suck. So what you end up doing is putting the cup or whatever against your face, and then you kind of have to use your fingers to hold your bottom lip up against the bottom of the cup, so you can pour the liquid in your mouth without it all dribbling out. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly like when you go to the dentist. But yeah, imagine the whole right side. And of course, the worst thing is your eyelid gets paralyzed, so you can't even blink or close your eyes.
Yeah, that sounds unfortunate.
And oh, my right eyebrow fell off my eyebrow and ended up underneath. You lose all your frown lines though, because
Well, at least there's one.
literally, your eyebrow sort of like drops down until your skin goes tight.
At least there's one benefit to it, I suppose.
Yeah, you have to wear an eye patch over your eye to keep to allow it to so that you can so that you don't end up with really serious problems when you go to sleep and stuff, because and you have to wear an eye patch that isn't, well, yes, because your eye is like half open and half closed. Your eyelid ends up sort of about halfway.
Yep.
Because it's just completely relaxed. It's not completely closed, but it's not open either.
Yeah, and of course it'll dry out as well, and yeah, that's just not going to be good.
So it'll dry out. So I end up having to get an eye patch off Amazon that would go over your eye, but not actually be against the eyelid, so that your eye is like open underneath it. And that is just really weird. Because it really, really screws with your depth perception. Because your brain thinks both your eyes are open, so you get depth. You get it's not like when you shut one eye, because when you shut one eye, you can still kind of grab stuff, can't you?
Yeah, because your brain's capable of cutting that eye out of the circuit.
Yeah, but when you've got this black patch over the eye, the brain doesn't do that, so you keep missing stuff because it's not where you think it is. You know how you look at something and then you reach out to grab it because you know where it is, and your body knows how to make you put your hand where you need it to go. Yeah, you put your hand out, and then you put your hand out, and you're like, your hand's a foot to the side of what you're a foot away from the thing you want to grab, because it's not actually where you think it is.
what's this? Yeah, Blue. I just outright ban him. Don't let him back on. Kick all his ults because he's a nasty piece of work.
Yeah. And anyway, we've heard all this. We've heard everything he's got to say.
I don't mind an honest. I mean, I really don't mind an honest disagreement. No, I'm happy to try to help people that don't understand some of this stuff.
But the key word there, Blue, the key word is honest, and he isn't.
Yeah.
No, he's not. Obviously not.
I mean, I can't. Wendell, who was on MC Tombs on Wednesday, yeah, he seemed like the sort of that you could have on and have a discussion with, because he was polite and he wasn't obnoxiously polite like some of them are, if you know what I mean. He was just being polite, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, I've got a bit of a discussion I've been in on Twitter with someone, and he's made a statement that he believes the sun is close and local. I went, well, here's this Eratosthenes experiment, the one Slice Arcane did.
Yeah.
And you might want to look into how really bright objects behind semi-transparent ones look. And his response back was basically, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to disagree with you, but the information's interesting. So at least he appears to have looked at it.
Yeah.
Even if he's not understood it, he's looked at it and gone, well, there's some point being made.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't sure if Wendell wasn't a Pope, you know, because Wendell seemed to know an awful lot of physics, didn't he? Yeah.
Kid Jason has obviously never read the Cavendish paper.
No, I'm fairly sure. I'm fairly sure he has read it, but he gave up hard words like the and and.
How could you read the Cavendish paper and not come away not understanding that there was an airtight enclosure that he had the balance in, for God's sakes?
I mean, my understanding, and I have to admit I haven't read the original, is that he had his outbuilding. He then built basically a smaller shed inside it to do the experiments in that was draft proofed, and then you've got the apparatus inside that with the telescopes on the outside of the interior shed, if you see what I mean. That was my understanding from the diagrams I've seen.
Yeah, they were literally telescopes. Literally, are within of the side of the enclosure. I mean, literally, they're right there.
Yeah,
they're not telescopes. They're more microscopes than they are telescopes.
Yeah. My
I would imagine
understanding.
he was probably seeing a view that's not altogether different. What you see with my little webcam, looking at the scale, that's very much a duplicate of what he said he used.
Yeah, my understanding
he
was
would have been saying that, something like that.
My understanding would have been that they'd have been effectively surveyors' telescopes, the ones they have on the on the sticks. Very very fine gradations, very good focus. Not telescopes for yeah.
Really closer to microscopes than telescopes.
Yeah.
But
it's
the distance between the end of it and the hole in the side of the enclosure, it was a very short distance. Literally a foot or two.
It's such a nice experiment, though. Even the version that we did in secondary school, which would be high school for Americans. Like I say, when I was about 14, we did it. We got a result. It wasn't accurate, but hey, it wasn't meant to be. It was the calculation can be done. Here is how you approach it.
Right.
Not something that we didn't mind. But then not every school's the same, is it?
No, it was one of our physics department's pet experiment, if you see what I mean.
Yeah,
it was his field. So we specifically did that experiment, but we didn't do some experiments that other schools did because they weren't as important to the physics teacher as that one was.
Yeah.
I mean, we still covered them, we just didn't do them.
Was it a commercial type Cavendish apparatus that you guys used?
No, it was one it's one he'd built.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It was probably well, it fit on a tabletop, so it was probably 3 or 4 feet on a side. And
I played with balls all the time when I was in school.
But I have so much trouble understanding people like Jason. And the other prominent shouty, unpleasant flirts. I don't understand how people get to that. How do they get to be so nasty?
I don't know. Really don't.
Because you should see some of the things he's been throwing at Turquoise Laura because she's the single parent. Without knowing any of the details, he's been absolutely horrible. And I don't understand how somebody can do that.
I know. And having somebody say that stuff to stroke about you has to be really unpleasant. But actually, Laura just says it's great because I obviously know I'm getting under his skin.
True.
Yeah, I mean, Jason, I think I can hear your mum calling from my bedroom. If we're going to be on that level of insult, let's go for it. He's reached that level where I'm tempted, if I'm not somewhere that I've got to be professional about it, to just really open up, because he's been, well, if it was my server rather than Plan Walks, he'd been out the door ages ago. Because some of the he can't even walk through the steps of what's required for a scientific experiment. No. Even at the level of a primary schooler, of think of an idea, work out how to test the idea, see how it compares to your idea. He can't even get that level. But you know what I mean? He can't even get that right. Let alone the fine points of this is a theory.
Yeah, well, I believe we need to start recommending a couple of books to the Flurfs at the moment. One on Newtonian physics by Chris Ferry. Yeah, ISBN 13. It's number 978-1-4926-5620-3. And also by the same author, Quantum Physics, and it's 978-1-4926-5622-7. They are really, really good, simple books that might just get down to Flurf level. I always only give the first half of the title. I cherry pick it a little. I admit I cherry pick it a little, but they might be upset if you told them to go and read Newtonian physics for babies and quantum physics for babies. The ones that I got at Christmas for reading to my grandchildren. They're board books aimed at from whenever they want to sit down and start looking at books. Because this is a ball. It's not moving. This is a ball. It's moving. This is a ball. It's heavy. It sits on a desk. If you push it, it moves. No, they don't have pop-ups.
Yeah. I don't think he'd benefit from those books.
Why? Too complicated.
More that he'd managed to find some disagreement about the definition of something in the book. Or he'd start going on about how look, it mentions bulls. That means you're a Baal worshipper.
Yeah.
That's one I didn't mention. Yeah, he's got that going as well.
Oh yeah. What you mean the pre-Christian Catholics?
Yeah, the Jesuits being some sort of Egyptian pagan organization.
Yeah.
Because the IHS in their I'll use logo, but it's not the right word. In the cryptogram, apparently means Isis Horus Set, according to the things he was linking. Not the Latin phrase Jesus, Saviour of mankind. Not in this sign. In hoc signo. Not the first three letters of Jesus' name. Oh no. It's apparently these three Egyptian gods.
Yeah.
Never mind, if you were going to do anything with Egyptian gods, you'd have Osiris in there somewhere.
Yeah. And what's his fixation with Baal?
I think it's false etymologies. Somebody's pointed him at something that suggests that Baal and Baal derive from the same word. It's got stuck in his brain and excluded the ability to think.
And what you mean because it hasn't got an apostrophe and it's got
because it's spelled entirely differently and doesn't have an apostrophe in it. Yeah, they're the same word. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It shares three letters in common of the four.
I mean, I won't say that there isn't some etymological similarity between the name El for God and the name Baal for one of the other gods that was kicking around in the Middle East at the time. because both derive from the same proto language and mean Lord. One I think is Lord, one is the Lord, because there's the extra fragment to it. But yeah, just because they have a similar root doesn't mean they're the same thing. Yeah, and that certainly doesn't mean that the Catholics are a pre-Christian pagan organisation that emerged like 400 years afterwards at the Council of Chalcedon. He really makes my head hurt when he talks about that.
He really makes my head hurt when he talks. And Mr. Super Shouty.
Yeah, I love the thing how he comes on all reasonable about I don't want anybody to start calling anybody names, and then somebody says something vaguely harsh to him, pointing out that he's wrong and demonstrably wrong, and the insult snapping.
When he asked for insults, when he asked for examples of when he'd been an arse, you know what we should have picked instead of what was picked? We should have picked his attitude to women and single parents in general.
Single parents, his attitudes towards trans people. Oh, so many things. Hey, it's our pet Jesuit.
I just got out of the shower, so I feel normal again.
How are you?
You guys are still going at it?
We're still chewing over Jason.
Jesus Christ, he made an impression, didn't he?
I've spent a couple of us have spent the past month or so having these arguments with him all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, Crashes, Deadly Worm has been poking the Jason longer than we have.
Oh, yes, I have been straight up poking him, waiting for him in his own voice chat and everything else, and he runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, he doesn't come into, it's all pretty much on planner walks, I guess.
Yeah. Well, he wouldn't be tolerated most places. Just saying.
He's not even tolerated on his own Discord server.
Oh, damn. Perhaps I ought to have joined with my sock puppet. Tried to get him to make me a moderator and then banned him from his own server.
No, he wouldn't make you a moderator because he can't figure out how to. He hasn't figured out roles and stuff.
Yeah, he hasn't figured out any of the basic shit that we all learned, 2 years ago when we switched to Discord.
Right. I was thinking he might be stupid enough to give me more privileges than he has.
You really want to trigger him? All you got to do is tell him to get his puppy dog ass back on his porch. That sets him off like nobody's business. Yeah. But he I don't know. He says he's not a puppet, but I can make him dance over in his own Discord server pretty much anytime I want. Alan's seen me do it.
Oh, yeah.
I just, like I was saying, I just don't know how people like him and Oakley and that sort of ilk can exist and be so unpleasant.
I don't know. I have a very evil past, and I was never that disrespectful to anybody.
And yeah, he just hurts my brain.
he hurts my brain all the time, but it's fun to poke him.
Yeah, that's fair. It can be fun. It's just sometimes it gets a bit frustrating.
That's why I poke him in his server.
Especially when he asks you for an answer to something, you give him an answer. He then ignores you've given him the answer. Completely misrepresents what you said, and then later on claims that you were making the exact claim he made, and this is why you're stupid.
He gave us a video for his health food citations the other day. Looked at their citations, and they have no source for any of their numbers, even listed on their website.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah, told him we wanted citations, and that's what he sent us to. I actually read through the paperwork on their fucking website, and they just made up their own numbers. They don't have a source for any of their info.
Yeah, and sorry, but you can't go using YouTube videos as your only site. You can cite a YouTube video, but you can't use it as your only source of citations.
Well, they have a website that's full of their quote peer-reviewed papers that are only peer-reviewed internally.
What I tend to do with the YouTube videos is this person has said it far better than I can. Here is their explanation because they understand it far more thoroughly than I do. And they've taken the time to dig up sources, list them, and they had them to hand when they made the video.
Yeah.
I don't have the same depth of citations, and I'm not just going to quote the same things that this guy's saying when he makes a better case of it and isn't going to misspeak so much because he's thought about it. He's not doing it on the fly.
Yeah. I mean, as I say, I was having a conversation with Laura the other night, and soldering came up because she'd got the soldering iron out and fixed the microphone jack in her son's PlayStation controller. But we were talking about it, and I'd said something, and she went, "Oh, are you supposed to do it like that? I did it like this." And I said, "No." And I almost said, "Look, I'll make a quick YouTube video to show you how to do it." And then I thought, no, there's no point. Just tell her to go and have a look at Big Clive. Because
were you in his room the other day when he tried to tell me he was a hobby?
When he was trying to tell you he was a what?
He's a machinist for a hobby, and then tried to tell me that our test impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a machinist who doesn't understand that tolerances and margins are a thing. He's an electrician who fits and repairs entire wind towers, and he's running a food business.
I think he might have worked offshore. He might have even worked in wind turbines. I'm pretty sure he was the fuckwit who was there to hold the spanner, to pass the tools to the guy who knew what they were doing.
I actually believe him when he says he was running a team, because he's got the approach of somebody who was promoted out of the way before they could touch anything that might be hot.
Right.
Who are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Jason. A militant vegan, anti-science, Holocaust-denying fuckwit.
Ah, gotcha.
Yes, he tried to say the shop that I work at, we have a test for everybody that claims to know how to run a lathe, and he said it was impossible to do.
Oh, really? I run a lathe.
Yes, our test is to cut a cube within a cube.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. There's actually a YouTube video online that shows how to do that.
Yeah, it's a great on-the-spot test to see if somebody has the skill level required to do what we do.
Tricky.
Yeah, well, I
can't remember how to do it.
I am definitely not a machinist, but I do the machine work at our shop. I'm a electronics guy by trade, by training, but I do I have been the welder and am currently doing machine and fabrication stuff at the shop, also on top of my electronics. And I could do a cube on the lathe. The cube within the cube, I would have to go and refer to the to the video.
It's a great on-the-spot test for the level of machining we need at the shop.
Yeah, the thing
impressive.
that gets me with him is him claiming that he works like 12 hours a day, and also in his spare time that he's got from that and running his food business and so on, he researches far more stuff than we could ever possibly do. In fields where people actually work in that, like when he was telling pilots that they're wrong about flat Earth map, so about navigation maps being based on the globe, not a flat plane.
Yeah, well, that's my field of study. I actually work for a survey company that makes navigational maps.
Yes, one of his statements is that all aircraft and sea maps are based on flat maps. And despite us having shown him MC Toon's video, despite MC Toon having pointed at the maps, despite about 5 pilots telling him he's wrong, having a merchant marine captain tell him he's wrong, and me going, well, just look at them and tell me why the lines of latitude on the southern hemisphere bend the opposite way to the ones in the north if it's all based on a flat map. No, you're wrong. It's based on this.
Well, it actually says on the map what it's based off of. They'll usually give the geoid model that's used.
Yes.
In reference on
but
the
he
map.
wouldn't know what a geoid was if it leapt off his arse and bit out his duodenum.
Exactly.
Well, yes, but we're arguing with people who want to go into advanced topics that can't understand basic geometry.
Oh, I did the same thing. I was arguing with it is in the comments, talking with the guy back and forth. And we were trying to explain, about how to, that he didn't understand that you could actually measure something without going to it and actually measuring it. So, like measuring the height of a tree with just by using angle measurements, or to measure the distance to an object just by turning angles like a surveyor does. So I was trying to explain to him the geometry of being able to do that. And then just as he was starting to kind of grasp it a little bit, he switched subjects and jumped into particle physics. And I said, well, let's hold off on that. You're just starting to try to understand this simple geometry. I think particle physics is a bit much to jump into. And he took it as a huge insult. Said I was trying to insult him. I said, well, hold on a minute. I work with relativity and stuff like that on occasion. And particle physics is above my head. It's something that I can't fool with. I don't have a full understanding of it, or even close to a full understanding of it.
Particle physics is one of the things that it's almost impossible to explain to someone who hasn't done the 2.5 years of university you need to get to that stage.
Well, yeah, you have to go into a lot into quantum, and to be able to get into all of that, it takes a long time, and even to wrap your head around a lot of that stuff, a lot of people still have trouble with it.
Here's my thing.
There's a lot of math involved in order to understand it. So
he says that because if we have an in-depth knowledge of something, we should be able to explain it simply. I build engines. I can explain basic function shit, but he wants to jump into how stupid technical stuff he won't even comprehend.
No. I've pointed out to him that I can explain it simply, but he does not have the foundation to understand some of the words.
That's exactly right. Feynman actually said something very similar to that, about if you can't explain it to a layperson, to where a layperson can understand it, then you probably don't understand it to the level that you should. And that's one of the things I use the flat Earth stuff to, is to try to hone my understanding to the point where I can explain it to somebody.
Well, don't get me wrong, I can explain these concepts to a layperson from scratch, but they have to be willing to accept that here are the definitions that we will be using.
Well, therein lies the problem: is you can't get them to understand basic definitions of things.
Well, I think it's even worse than that. It's more of they have a different reality than the reality we have. Their reality is different to them. It's you have to have something in common to be able to work, and there's nothing in common.
And remember, you have to do this with 3 words or less.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
And you're not allowed to use any diagrams because it's JSON.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
You just got to be able to use the dry erase board to explain them.
Yeah.
Seriously, so some of the basic explanations for complicated things, you need a diagram to do it.
Well, yeah.
You could only use one finger, though.
I haven't tried finger puppets with him, but he's rejected precise scientific drawings from the 18th century because they're just cartoons. Yeah, where someone is going, this is what I saw. Here is a drawing of what I saw.
Yeah.
Because it's the 18th century, they can't exactly take a photograph of it.
Oh, can I just say something because of what you just said? You feel if I say finger bobs?
Term I haven't heard in a while.
But you remember the TV series, the TV show?
Vaguely.
From the 70s with the finger puppets.
I'd have seen some repeats, but I don't recall it properly.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how old you are, so
42.
Okay, yeah. So
So I'd have caught them on the sort of third time round, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, and yeah, you're that much you're younger than me to probably have not seen them very much because that was one of the shows that didn't get repeated too often.
Yeah. I do remember Finger Mouse though.
Yeah, well, that was part of Finger Mouse was part of
yeah. And I remember thinking it was very hilarious when I was about 8 or 9. Yeah. And I found the other meaning of finger. And also encountered the work of Frankie Howard.
Yeah. Oh.
Apparently, it utterly devastated my mum that day. She walked in to find me almost passed out on the floor watching at Pompeii and laughing at the jokes.
Well, the funny thing is, my parents were a bit wixy. I never saw Python because I was probably a bit too young for Python. I never saw Python, but even though it was on technically after my bedtime, I was allowed to watch at Pompeii with them. So,
yeah.
Hey, Alan, can you tell me what it was like to watch a TV with tubes in it?
Well, what you did was I remember you turned it on, you then went and had dinner, and then you came back and it would be working.
Well, actually,
yeah, you had to wait for it to heat up.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the fact that it was still using a CRT, I'm pretty sure our colour TV, even in 1972, was transistor. Pretty much.
Well, I used to repair tube TVs. I had a tube caddy that I'd go around, and when somebody had a broken TV, I'd put my tube caddy on my bicycle and ride to their house and fix their TV. And in the drugstores around here had tube testers that I could bring the tubes to and make sure they were good or bad before I threw them away and replaced it with another one.
Yep, that's older than me.
Yeah, sorry, valve testers, bump pieces of kit. Because of course, again, that Atlantic divide thing. I will insist on calling them valves. They are not tubes.
Valves.
Valves. Yes, that's what we call them.
Really?
Yeah, wrenches and spanners.
Yeah, we have spanners, but we also have wrenches. Spanner is the one that actually spans the gap and actually pokes the two holes on either side of the nut. It spans across.
Spanners in the U.S. have an entirely different meaning than they do anywhere.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. We have.
Well, that's an interesting question. What is the U.S. spanner? What is that in Europe, UK?
I'm not sure. I don't even know what a US spanner is.
So, like a US spanner here, let's see, Alan and Terry are on here. So, a US
it's a wrench. It's
a wrench.
Well, no. Yeah, but you both know what a clutch spanner is, where it's got the two dowel pins on it. What the hell do you guys call that in Europe?
Yeah, we don't call those spanners. I can't remember what the hell we do call them, actually, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a lot of those for different size wrenches for different deals. So we usually call them. There's an adjustable spanner for being able to.
Yeah, in the U.S. we would call that two dowel pin tool. That's what we call a spanner.
Right. Now we also have an adjustable wrench.
Just wanna be a monkey land.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
yeah,
you
it
could
would be
have
a box
combination or whatever.
Yes,
yeah, really.
and that's basically what we call a combination wrench. But I was just curious as to what the we call a spanner, what that is over there. I've never really heard the name for it.
I'm sorry, but I can't remember what they're called.
Okay. We have one part of our company is over there in England, in Portsmouth.
But of course, over here also you would also call somebody a spanner as well.
Right. Or we'd just call them a tool.
Yeah, that's an option. That's an option.
That is an option, but
So though, he's calling them a fuckwomble.
That cockwomble.
I've used both. Cockwomble is the more common. But yes.
I do have more imaginative, descriptive words.
Do you know what the Germans used to call spark plugs?
No.
They were sparking candles.
Sparking candles. I've heard that before. I did hear that.
We are. That's Orinoco cockwomble.
But there were so many great insults just hanging around, ready to be thrown at Jason if he gets out of hand.
Oh yes.
And he wouldn't understand any of them.
Well, like I said, if you tell him to take the piss, he thinks you want him to drink his own pee.
Yeah. There you go. Pie.
I guess it might just fall under it's a specialist version.
Yeah. They kind of are, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to use them for Harley clutches, but you can get away with a specially cut 2x4 in a large socket.
Oh, I'd love to hit Jason with a clue by 4.
Well, you see, you're supposed to use one Terry to hold the countershaft sprocket while you take the clutch nut loose. or you just cut a 2x4 and wedge it between the two sprockets and take the clutch nut loose. Well, I use the same tool for more than just grind. The only reason one exists in my toolbox is because when I worked at Harley, they told me I had to have one.
Mhm.
The most useful tool I found working on Kawasaki Z750. An M6 the thread insert you put in to rebuild a thread. Helicoils, that's it. Yeah, a set of M6 helicoils. Pretty much every single bloody M6 that went into that bloody block was stripped. So I eventually got to the point where take it out, drill it out, put a helicoil in, because it's going to stop it being broken at some point.
There you go, Terry. I just added a picture in here.
Oh, that's a fancy looking specialist tool. Oh, what? So we can see the pictures in the.
Yeah, see, that is a spanner, Terry. A very specialist spanner, but it's still a spanner.
Well, you're welcome to. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Was the last chat in the side chat my post about the SAS? Because for some reason, my yeah. Special Air Service doesn't sound very intimidating. It was actually, where is it? It's since you since you can show it on the stream so that people can see it, it was where the hell was it called? This meme. That one, the original SAS.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. Back in the live chat tape. Yeah.
Fantastic news. We've been completely surrounded. We can now attack in all directions. Yeah, that.
The prophetic thing is that when that photograph was taken, they had actually just been surrounded by the Germans.
The worrying thing is that sounds very much like something I would expect certain British forces of the period to say because it's funny.
Yeah, and that well, they are the originals, so you know.
Yeah.
He probably would have thought that was actually, you know, fantastic news. Because that was the whole point. They were there for the Germans to bloody chase around the desert because part of the mission was to be a big distraction for the Germans, to get them looking the wrong way. In their Humber 3/4-ton cars.
Yeah. I've enjoyed this bit of a chat. Shame it had to start with a Jason, but it's been good.
Well, it starting with the Jason was I think the main reason why so many people came in here.
Yeah, I have. I have to admit, I did join just to see what crap he was going to try and get up to.
Yeah, and I mean, well, I think a lot of people joined because he was having so much difficulty trying to join.
Yeah, the thing is, you know all the trouble he's given.
I've done it. It's easy.
Yeah, you know all the trouble he's given me over on Plan to Walk server.
Yeah.
He came to me begging me to help him to get into this Discord.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
And I mean, I don't mind doing it. It's just it'd be nice if he wasn't a cunt the rest of the time.
Yeah, I mean, he actually said something over on his, was it? No, because it gets really confusing when you're having conversations with him in two different servers at the same time. At one point tonight, he said something along the lines of, I think it was in Planables, because I think it was when he was asking me about the stuff in Texas.
Yep.
And I'd answered some question whether he asked, and of course I kind of impressed him because I think he asked about the power backup for water treatment plants. I thought, well, yeah, they've got one, but it's only likely to last 24 hours tops. And, because 24 hours gives you a chance to either A, fix the mains power supply coming in, or B, get more fuel delivered, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I would normally expect 24 hours to be sufficient for them to truck in a couple of tankers of fuel to keep it going, to top the tank up. But the entire thing's frozen solid. The road network was frozen solid.
Yeah.
With no salt trucks or no snow plows or anything.
Yeah, and the thing I hadn't thought about, but it turned up when I was doing a little more looking into it, was that the actual fuel oil may well have frozen. Well, not frozen.
Right.
Turned to thick jelly because it reached the waxing point.
Well, it could have frozen too because of the extra flow down the lines. Whenever you have a going through a high pressure line and you have a restriction and you have a unusually high flow, what'll happen is it'll cause a pressure difference, which is like the way your air conditioner works, and it'll actually cause it to freeze up around that joint. And it could actually plug the line just by having an extra flow in it.
It's possible. The thing I was looking at was suggesting that it would just have got too viscous to pump, and it wouldn't actually have reached the point where it throttles like that.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, for it to get to that point, it would have had to have dropped. Well, whenever you have a high flow like that, those lines are generally really high pressure, and it even with a fairly viscous fluid, will flow pretty fast. It's whenever it actually starts icing up on the inside that you'll start getting a restriction.
Yeah.
And you get a pressure drop like that, and once you have that started, it's like a cascade thing. So
yeah, the problem was not knowing what fuel oil they were using. I couldn't get anything precise, so I had to go on diesel and generic fuel oil as well.
Well, on some of the things, they actually had some major natural gas lines that actually froze up.
Natural gas stands a chance of freezing up. Weirdly, the fuel oil lines wouldn't freeze, but they'd turn to like candle wax.
Yeah,
just melted.
Yeah, it thickens up. Thickens up a lot.
And just plug the lines in, it just go, no, I'm not bothering with this. Which of course means that the backup generator just goes and falls over.
But it just so happens that I'm in Houston right now.
Yeah. Because I understand it got a little chilly.
It did get it got unusual. Yeah. It actually wasn't too bad around here. Our apartment, the apartment that we're staying in while we're in Houston, lost water, but that's not unusual. It lost it quite a few times during the summertime. They just have crappy pipes, and a pipe for an apartment. It wasn't anything widespread or anything.
Well, in some ways, the pipe freeze might have saved you from the other water problem.
Yeah.
Where it was just nasty.
Yeah, let's not go there, please.
Well, I think that was on a different part of the state. I don't think they had that. I don't think they had that problem here.
I once had a sewer decided it wanted to come into my bedroom, in my bedsit.
Oh, pleasant. The worst I've had is one crack outside.
No,
and it contaminated the entire run of concrete in front of the flat.
Stupid bitch in the flat next door decided she was going to flush a whole fucking nappy.
The fuck?
Oh, geesh.
Yeah, it managed to get past where the manhole cover was that was under my bed, under the carpet that I didn't know about. And
oh wow!
And then it backs up.
And now, because it's actually in an occupied room, the cover is sealed and screwed down tight. Okay, into a big metal frame and set into the concrete floor.
Yep.
It blew the entire frame out of the bloody floor.
Yeah. We had one of those when I was working doing insurance claims.
How did it get the pressure to do
that? Because
it should be vented to the roof, so it shouldn't be able to build up pressure.
Depends where it blocks.
Yeah, but where would the pressure come from? I mean, it's just a gravity feed.
Decomposing stuff.
Yeah,
gases. If it's blocked short of the venting point, it's going to build up and build up and build up.
Okay. Just decomposing in the line there, because it should be vented on the other side. You would have to have two blockages.
I remember you've. Oh yeah,
right.
You've got like 6 flats all flushing shit, literally down the pipes. Brilliant. And the only place this shit's got to go is up inside the manhole access.
Yeah.
You'd get pressure from that as well, yeah.
And unfortunately, there was another manhole cover that was in the little yard outside, but that was like 2 inches or 3 inches higher than the one inside. So, although it filled that up as well, it popped off popped off inside. Yeah, the room was then filled with sewage.
That's really nasty.
Yeah, we also had a flash rainstorm, and the town of Yarmouth is built on a peninsula that's made up from longshore drift, and I'm down near the river, so the high point is the marketplace, which is like 300 meters east of where I was living, and the whole of that area is just concrete because it's all built on road, paved paths and roads, and outside of the building that I lived in, as you went out the main entrance door, you were in a ground level car park for the town centre, and all the water runoff drains had filled with sand, because we get a lot of sand as well, because you're on a sandy peninsula that's been built by longshore drift. So the water couldn't go, the flash rainstorm water couldn't go down the drains, so it ran down off the marketplace and ran down across the car park and filled the house up. And unfortunately, I thought I was going to be lucky because there was like a 4-inch step to get into my bedroom. Unfortunately, it got flooded 6 inches deep. And of course, that also, so that was dirty, runoff water from the car park.
Yeah.
Plus, of course, the sewers all backed up and it got mixed with sewage again.
Yeah, unfortunately, we deal a lot with terrible weather like that. I just had to replace my roof because we had 3 rather potent hurricanes pass through where I live in South Louisiana. So, and then we've had quite more than our share of floods like that also. 6 inches, you got off pretty easy.
Yeah.
You just cut the bottom part of the drywall off, or bottom part of your wall off, let your studs dry, and then you can replace that bottom part. Whenever it gets to several feet, 4 or 5 feet deep, you got some serious problems.
Oh God, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
that took 3 months to dry the hallway out properly.
Yeah. Yes, and it depends on what type of flooring you have too. That may have to be stripped out and all.
I think we were lucky. I think the landlord was lucky. I think that was just concrete in there. Nothing fancy.
Oh yeah, that's good. No, but that's what a lot of people have gone to around here is stained concrete. Works out pretty good, and it if it does get wet, it doesn't cause a whole lot of damage.
We had trouble with that when we had some floods back in 2007 here, and the river basically climbed out of its riverbed and ended up in the basement of a bunch of the shops near where one of my mates was working. And the nasty river water and sewage that came from that ended up penetrating the concrete. So they had to remove a whole bunch of the concrete flooring and some of the walls in order to basically rebuild it, because it had actually got into the pores of the concrete.
Ooh.
And it was
Yeah, well, that's one of the advantages of
horrible.
having the stained concrete, because they have to seal it. Otherwise, anything you put on it would soak into it because concrete's so porous. But they seal it pretty well when they stain it.
Yeah, the thing is, it was one of those floods that you get once every 150 odd years.
Mm-hmm.
So when the builders had gone up, they hadn't thought about it because it's not going to happen during the lifetime of the building.
Yep, we had 2 of those in the last 40 years where I'm at. 2 of those 100-year floods
Yeah.
in the last 40 years.
So it was just one of those moments of, well, that's fucked.
Hmm. Well, this cold snap that came through Texas and Louisiana and all, we had the last time that happened, I remember, was around 80, 88, 1988 maybe. We had one like that. It lasted for. I don't know that it got quite as cold, but the cold lasted longer. It stayed below freezing for a solid week, which was exceedingly unusual for around here. They actually had ice packs start forming around all rigs in the Gulf of Mexico. And I know a guy who actually climbed down from an oil rig and stepped on the ice pack in the Gulf of Mexico. And he was a total idiot.
No, that's impressive because we occasionally have had those around some of the oil rigs up here, but they're manufactured with the point of view that we might get some pack ice occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're built that this is a possibility.
Yeah, that's not a possibility here that they ever considered.
Oh, do you remember in the Bond film Thunderball where they fly the car across to Switzerland on the air freighter? My dad actually travelled to France on that occasion. Winter of 1962, and there was floe ice floating on the English Channel.
Wow.
As they flew across, because he actually took some cine film of it out the window, which I've seen. But of course, that was before I was born. But yeah, it takes a bit to get. But that was ice floating on the English Channel in open water.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, that's well up in the Gulf Stream too. So.
And I thought it was bad about 12 years ago when there was 1.5 feet of snow.
Well, the last time we had really, really good snow here was 1987. February 87.
We got a good batch up here, but I'm up in the hills.
Yeah, 2000. I think it was 2012 was a good year for the snow.
Yeah, we got like 1.5 feet, 2 feet of snow on some of our streets, and it happened sufficiently quickly that the snow plows couldn't get out.
Oh, sorry, correction. 2009. I think 2009 was the beach when it got really bad up here.
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible.
I only know because I've got a load of photos that I use as my air quotes webcam feed through OBS when I'm streaming, and I've got a load of landscapes that it goes through, and I'm looking at one now, and the photo date is December 2009.
Yeah, no, that sounds very plausible, but I have never, ever seen so much panic and confusion on the streets as we had that year, or in that portion of snow.
I think that was the year when there was that satellite photo taken of the whole of the UK, and the whole of the UK is white.
Entirely possible. But seriously, people going, why aren't the roads being cleared? Why aren't the roads being cleared? Because the snowplows are snowed in.
Yeah.
Can't do anything about it. They've not got enough space to get moving.
Yeah. How do you get the snowplows out when you can't get the drivers to the snowplows?
Well, that's the other thing. a whole bunch of them were stuck on the bin lorries because it had been so quick a snowfall that they'd still been out on the bin runs.
I find that whenever there's like some sort of natural disaster or some sort of natural phenomenon, there's a lot of people that are really quick to start doing a lot of complaining without actually thinking about why things are not working the way they're supposed to.
I mean, they got the snowplows out like 6 hours later, once the guys had been able to get there and had got shovels out and had been able to dig the snowplows out onto the road.
Yeah.
At which point they could do their road and then the roads that come off of it and the roads that come off of that.
Well, I find we would get hurricanes to pass through, and we would get. I mean, there was always tons of trees laying across highways, but usually that was cleaned up relatively quickly by the people that lived there. The people would pull out their chainsaws and pull the trees off the road and everything. That way, the power companies can actually don't have to spend their time clearing trees out the road to be able to get to the power line. What you'll find is certain areas, usually the more urban areas where there's trees in the road and people don't do anything to help the power companies, that takes a really long time to get the power on because the power companies are having to go and cut all trees off the road so they can get to the power lines. But those are going to be the first ones that's going to complain of why is it taking so long.
People who live in town are much less likely to have chainsaws to help chop the damn trees.
No, but still, it's not just big trees in the road; it's just debris. They have to get out their truck and move the debris off the road just to get by. And whereas if you live there, I mean, if there's a tree in the road that you can't move, you can't do it. But I mean, you could at least do a little bit to get the debris out the road so vehicles can pass to help you out. I mean, if you had an accident and an ambulance needed to get to you, they don't normally carry a chainsaw either.
Or at the least, you can, unless the gardens run right to the roadside, you can clear your shit out of the way on the verge of the pavement so that an emergency vehicle can at least attempt to get through.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And it's for the most part, most people where I'm from are pretty self-sufficient. They'll take care of stuff, but I've been seeing a lot more of the ones that, oh shoot, somebody will come take care of that. And why is it taking so long for somebody to come take care of that? Well, because there's a lot of other people waiting for somebody to come take care of that too.
Yeah. We've got a peculiar law where it might actually be illegal to clear snow from the pavement in front of the sidewalk, in front of your house, because if you make it slippery, you're liable if somebody falls on it.
Well,
it's a weird liability thing that's not fully been tested, but it comes up occasionally.
Well, we had a thing a while back, and it kind of caused us think. We've always been in my area anyway. If something happens, people go out and help all the neighbors and everything out. We had a flood about 5 years ago, I think it is. Man, it's been a while. Yeah, 4 or 5 years ago. It was a fluke flood. Nobody saw it coming. It just all of a sudden happened over a weekend and just flooded a bunch of houses. It was really deep. People were having to go to rescue other people out of their homes. There's a lot of people in our area that have little small boats that can put it in the water, go and take people out of their homes. Well, the police officers started stopping people because they had somebody on one of the councils said that there's an ordinance that said that they couldn't do that. So they were stopping people from going rescue people out of their homes. And that had a lot of people that said, hell no, you're not going to stop me from going trying to save some people. So they would just go around the cops, and they didn't have boats, so they couldn't do anything to help. So eventually, they had a group of people who got together, and they actually started a little organization called the Cajun Navy that would go and help people that were caught in situations like that. They did a deal for a little while to where they had to have, if they were going to rescue somebody, they had to have a police officer in the boat. Well, some of these boats could only hold 3 people. So if they had the driver, a police officer, they could only fit one other person in the boat.
Yep.
So eventually they got it to where they took the cop out and just had it to where they could have communications, constant communications with dispatch. And that worked out a whole lot better. And then whenever Houston had a huge flood, the Cajun Navy guys came over to Houston and helped out over there and actually did a lot of good with that same setup over here in Texas also. But it was like the emergency services didn't have the resources to do what needed to be done, but the locals did. And they were better set up for it. But then they were blocking the locals from helping their neighbors, which is not the way what's supposed to happen. It was pretty, it pissed off a bunch of people.
I can imagine, because at a certain point there's the, well, no, I'm willingly and knowingly taking this risk to do the rescue. Yeah, I could wait until something official turns up, but you don't have an official thing to turn up.
That's exactly right. And the crazy thing is, the part that we were dealing with is the neighbor across the street from us. Her parents were in a house that was flooded, and her parents were really elderly, and her dad had just had a surgery. So we were trying to get to them, and we were getting blocked off.
He'd need to be taken out carefully, and taken somewhere that's a bit up higher.
Yeah, he needed to keep his leg out of it. Was surgery on his leg, but it needed to not be in that water. So they couldn't stay in that house.
Even regardless of what the surgery is, if it's major enough that it's limiting movement, he needs to be moved to somewhere dry and warm.
That's exactly right. So anyway,
even if it's healed over.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, just the fact that they're in their upper 80s, they can't be sitting down in water for any length of time. The hypothermia, even though it's warm around here, you do sit in water for long enough, and you'll get hypothermia also.
Well, just because the air's warm doesn't mean the water is.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
I remember some moments back when I was in Scouts where we had some incredibly cold water, but nice, warm, usable. You don't really want to be wearing a shirt or anything longer than shorts days, but the water was still occasionally having bits of ice float past.
Wow. Well, we have a creek that we would. There's a river we would canoe down, and there was a little tributary creek that would feed it, and it was always called Panther Creek because if you jump into that super clear water creek, you end up yelling like a panther, letting out a scream.
Yeah, can see that. It was one of those. It was one of those weird spring days where it's really hot, but the water hasn't caught up with it yet.
Right. Yeah.
Try being invited to go caving in the Brecon Beacons, second week of February.
No thanks. I don't do going down deep holes in the ground deliberately. It seems a silly proposition.
Yeah. Didn't actually have any choice in that one.
My ancestors spent a lot of time getting to the stage where they didn't have to go down in caves anymore. Thank you very much.
But it builds resource and initiative. That's what that whole week of training was called, Resource and Initiative Week. You get to spend the week in the Brecon Beacons under canvas. Week 5 of the training course. Shame we started the training course immediately after the Christmas break, sort of 2nd of January, wasn't it?
Nice. But no, there are a lot of things like going down in caves, going in the ocean.
I don't mind going in the ocean.
Oh no,
I
no.
dive.
The thing is, the sea around Britain is a little cool sometimes.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Again, my ancestors spent a lot of time trying to be in the middle of Britain, so we didn't have to bother with the sea.
Yeah, and it's not like it warms up any time either, is it? For some reason, even though everybody says, "Oh, it's the Gulf Stream, it's warm." No, it bloody isn't.
Well, no, it is warm on the basis that the water should be about 5 or 6 degrees Celsius colder than it is if we didn't have the Gulf Stream.
Yeah, and basically your weather
That
would be
means it's-
closer to Canada's weather if it
But
wasn't
that
for the
means
Gulf Stream.
it's 10 or 12 degrees instead of 5 or 7 degrees.
Yeah.
That doesn't actually make it warm.
No. Yeah, because it passed by Canada on the way over to you guys.
Yeah, and that is of course Celsius, not freedom units,
Right.
because I automatically default to Celsius.
Oh yeah, if it was 7 degrees, it wouldn't be flowing.
Even the salt water.
Yeah.
So that's another one we had with Jason. And can I just check what degrees we're using here, just so I've got the same concept as you? What do you think it is? I'm talking about Texas. Right. Okay. At least I know now, but I'm asking just so when I reference a temperature, we know we're referencing the same one. I can work in both sets of units. It just takes me a moment to shift gears.
Exactly. I work with both sets of measurements all the time.
I mean,
with a survey company that we're having to change units all the time. There's difference between U.S. feet and U.S. survey feet, and so we're used to dealing with metrics and all kinds of other units.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
even with temperature.
At one point, I had to be capable of working in 5 different temperature scales.
Right.
Celsius, Fahrenheit, Kelvin, whatever the Kelvin equivalent for Fahrenheit is, which I can't remember, and Roman, I think the other one is.
There's one that I've used that's it's a little obscure, but they use it all the time in when they're doing these calibrations for stuff, and I don't remember what it is.
The only reason I needed to work in all 5 of them was basically a couple of the chemistry texts that I was working from had obscure experiments that were listed in weird temperature scales.
Yeah,
I had to know the conversion factors.
we've done stuff for universities and stuff a lot of times, and we've done experiments for our tests for universities. We've done tests for the dreaded NASA. We've worked with those with NASA several times.
When you're working with NASA, make sure to double check whether they're wanting that in imperial or in metric, because they occasionally put the order in wrong. And things go horribly wrong.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
This? Or is it peptide? It's called peptide 1.5. Is it Breeze? Boost?
That's a drink for him. Yeah, that's not his drink.
Is it 1.5?
Yeah, that's his antacid. Or
That's the NG feed.
oh, that's the NG feed.
Is that right?
I didn't see that.
Okay.
Okie dokie, Terry.
It's early
Yeah,
yet.
but